think that everybody should do that too as well. You know? Do you run sales, Todd?
Yeah, I haven't had a lot of luck with them to this point, but I think it just has to do with the crap I had listed. So.
I believe you too. I believe you. Cause I guess everybody's story, I guess, is somewhat different because like I haven't had much success with the coupons, like the group coupons. And yeah, I haven't had a lot of success with those, but some people have had success with those. So I don't know. Have you had success with the coupons, Todd?
Yeah, I've had some success there for sure. Yeah, and the promotions. I'm running a heavy. I'm running a 10% promoted right now, so that's been moving pretty good.
Right.
Kevin, now with all these sales, are you getting yourself a Dymo?
Yeah, bro, you're right. Yeah, I'm over that Dymo, and I haven't made that purchase yet, but yes, bro, I'm working on it. Trying to get everything else situated. But yeah, I just definitely Dymo was the one I'm gonna go with. You know, instead of that Zebra or nothing like that. You know what I mean?
Make sure when you get a Dymo, you get the older version because they just switched to a new one that you have to use their paper with it as a little like micro scan chip or something. So you can only use Dymo paper. You can't just buy like a decent, cheaper one off of eBay or Amazon.
Now, are you saying that from experience, or did you read that, or somebody gave you that information?
Yeah, so I've seen it in a couple different articles, and I looked on their site too. So because I've got a Dymo 4XL, just as the standard 4x6 thermals, got it a couple years ago, but the new 5XL, it doesn't have like the same little, it used to just be a little cutout at the bottom corner of not even the label, but just the sheet that it's on. And that's how it could tell like that the full sheet is fed through, but now it's going to use a different technology. So the 5XL, you have to buy Dymo's paper to use it.
Okay. All right. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, because what I do currently, I go to the library. I print my labels out there. So yeah, I definitely need to upgrade that. Now none of my sales are picking up. I'm definitely feeling it.
And what do y'all have against Zebra?
I don't know. Somebody else will have to answer that. I think Andrew is a better expert in that.
Kevin, I paid $100 for this thing.
Kevin, I just sold a Dymo thermal printer, the 4XL, for $79 and $10 shipping.
What? Come on, bro. Why? You could have sold it to me, bro.
I'm just saying. I'm telling you, you can find it on eBay if you snipe it. You can find it for less than 100 used. A good one.
I hear you. Users probably be just fine.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna get on right now and start looking for a used one.
Yeah, I just got my Rollo in today. Finally. So I haven't set it up yet. It's pretty cool. It's one of the older models, the X1038. Nothing too special, but I'm so stoked. Finally, I've been like working my ass off trying to save up, and I've kind of been putting it off, cutting, like using a normal printer, then cutting the paper and doing that for a long time. And now it's just like, can't wait to just be able to print, peel a label, stick it, and ship it off. I think it's going to be worth the investment. Just the amount of time you save in the long run, it's going to pay off, But it hurt making a purchase that's like expensive. I know how you feel, man.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. You know what I mean? It's how it is, $300 You know, sometimes, you know, it's not always easy to spend 300. But yeah, for your business, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, that's nice, John. That's nice that you got a new one. But I also worry about setting it up. But and you know, sometimes when you set things up, you can take time to get it set up. You might gotta take 3 or 4 hours out of your day just to get adjusted to the new system. So for me, that's probably the
For sure. This one was like 160 on Amazon. I was thinking about getting the wireless one, which was $3, but I figure I'll wait till my sales are up and I'm listing more before I drop that money on it, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. And when you start doing more volume, yeah, that's when it becomes more pressing. You know, because if I was only doing 7 sales a day, it wasn't that bad. But if I'm doing 20 a day, it's a complete nightmare to cut out the paper thing and everything like that. So yeah, I was just trying to just grow smartly, and I didn't want to buy it earlier when I guess I didn't feel like I needed it or whatever.
Kevin,
But,
I bought the Rolo printer a couple months ago, and it took like 5 minutes to set up. So if you do go
Oh,
with
yeah?
a Rolo, it doesn't take any time at all to set up.
5 minutes, that's like pretty quick. You must have already been experienced at it. That's the thing.
No, it was just easy.
You know what I mean? It might take somebody 5 minutes to get out the box. But nah, bro, I hear you. I hear you saying it's pretty simple to set up. Plug and play type thing.
Yeah, they're all
All
pretty
right.
plug and play. The only thing you have to do is when you go to print the first time, you choose the right size of paper that you're using. Because like my Dymo, you know, has 50 different size labels you can put in it, and it shows all those. So you just select 4x6, and you're pretty much good to go at that point.
All right, that's what's up. Well, I tell you what, when I make this purchase within this next week, I'll definitely have to update you guys for sure. But yeah, it is time for tech calls, so let me ease up. Let tech get on here.
All right. As always, if anyone has any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Feel free to raise a hand. Feel free to speak up. Happy to answer all the questions you guys have. Not going to answer Rolo or Dymo questions, but I'll leave that up to you guys.
I feel you on that. That's the age-old question you probably get tired of hearing about.
Yeah,
All
because
day.
you guys don't listen, but you guys can go down the Rolo and Dymo path all you want, and I'll stay out of that purgatory.
I hear you, bro, but I really don't understand what you said. Why we don't listen? What do you mean by that?
Because that's not the printer. Get a printer that will work forever and you never have to worry about it. Chris texted me the other day. He said he blew out his Rolo because the thermal got too hot and he melted it. But you guys could keep going down the Rolo and the Dymo. All right, first question.
All right.
Kim, she wants to increase multi-quantity sales jewelry category. Most listings are $19.99 and under. Average shipping cost is $387. Switch my visible store coupon to buy 3 get 2 free, or free shipping on orders $25 and over. I think that from what I've heard from everybody and what everyone says they have more success with a flat percentage off rather than the buy one, get one free one. The only one who I've seen had the success with a buy one, get one free coupon as Daniel on the CDs. Much lower buy cost than $19.99. I think you would have to just try it for your niche in the jewelry. Maybe try buy 3, get 2 free for 2 weeks, see how it goes, and then try to free shipping on orders over 25. But I think the free shipping on orders 25 or over might convert better, because the buy 3, get 2 free means you have to buy 5. Where if they're $19.99 or so, they would only have to buy 2 to get over the $25 and take advantage of the free shipping discount. It's hard to find 5 items in any store, really, in my opinion. I would try the free shipping on orders $25 or over first, see how that works, and then try the buy 3, get 2 free. But so Kim says she does good with the flat % off, but doesn't think it helps increase multi-quantity. And she said Linda recommended the same. I agree. I do the flat % off, and then I've also set up multi-order discount as a promotion inside of the promotions tab, and that seems to work pretty well as well. Aaron says, can you demonstrate how to check for combined orders when shipping? So what we do is we do Control F on the awaiting shipment page. We copy and paste the buyer's username and Control F. And if it has more than one result, that means they have more than one purchase. That's what we do. Sometimes it will bundle up by itself and say, like, you have X amount of items that await combined shipping, but it rarely works. So we just copy the username, paste the username when we're printing that person's label. Takes a couple seconds, but that's what we do.
Real quick, so you do that for every single label?
Yeah, every single one. So if you bought an item from me, let's say it was a Green Bay Packers shirt, we would find that item. I would copy your name, Control F, copy paste, make sure your username did not appear more than once. We don't do it by the person's actual name, because there was one time where we had like a super generic name like Chris Smith or something, and 2 Chris Smiths ordered from us on the same day, and it didn't get shipped out because you can't put the same tracking number for 2 different users. But it is easy to get caught up by doing same name or last name. If you just copy paste last name, you might have like 2 Ruiz or like 2 Wilsons. So the username is going to be unique to every order. So I would just copy the username, Control F, Control V. Control V is going to copy or paste it into the Control F, and then that will tell you if you have more than one order for that person. So let me see if I can pull it up.
There's another way to do that. If you just select all your orders that you got to print, and then do the shipping, and then purchase shipping label, so it takes you into the bulk tool. It'll show you all the ones that can be combined. I think that's a quick way to check.
Yep, that works sometimes if you use the bulk tool. If you do not use the bulk tool, then that doesn't work. So
I just use it just to
copy, we would Control
I don't
F,
actually print.
we would paste, and then right here, this guy has ordered 1 item from us. So we would highlight the name, we would copy and paste it here. You could do it all with the keyboard, and then that way you don't have to take it off the mouse. It literally takes 1 second. Or like I said, they have the option on your Seller Hub where it shows orders awaiting combined shipping. Not every single order is going to show up on that one. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Or if you use the bulk shipping, there's a method how Shane said it as well. But if you don't do bulk shipping the way that I do it, works well.
So I don't use it to actually print labels. I just use it to check and see if there's any that it didn't combine already. And then I just go back and do them all one by one normally. So I just use it as a quick way to check.
That's fine. And to me, that's an extra step, but if it works, it works.
Hey, Tech, before you jump to the next one, can I want to jump in and ask you about shipping. Did you always do porch pickup even like when you were coming up doing the thrift days?
No,
No. Why did you switch to porch pickup?
because I got kicked out of one post office, I got kicked out of another post office, and then I got kicked out of the regional hub. So I had to do porch pickup because they said I was bringing in too many items.
Okay, okay. All right, because I do drop off. I'm just leery about doing porch pickup because I'm just worried that something could go wrong. But you would advise to do porch pickup, right?
I would advise to send out your items where you can get them scanned, whether it's at the post office or whether it's a pickup from your house or your warehouse.
Okay.
However it needs to be done.
All right. That's what's up.
Sarah says they're happy with the title structure overall. Do you find it helps to put Made in USA at the end of a vintage item? So if it is Made in USA, there is a segment of the population that does search Made in USA for present day items and for vintage items. In that circumstance, I would put USA as the country of origin in the item specifics, and that is also searchable by left-hand navigation and through the search bar. Vanessa says, do you think Mike's rack system for hard goods could work for shoes if the shoes were bagged? It could. You would just have to figure out how to get a strong enough clamp that's going to hang on the bar and a strong enough bag that's not going to stretch or warp. But it absolutely could. Tyler says they have a lot of customers asking for combined shipments. Should I combine shipping with a flat rate of my initial price or charge an additional fee per item? So generally what I do is it's 99 cents for additional item. For sweaters and jackets, it's $1.99 for each additional item. And the ordering is something that eBay is going to try to put a focus on fixing in the upcoming seller update. It's something that's long overdue and something that's very difficult to do on eBay, but a lot of other platforms has already figured it out. So basically, when people message and say that they would like to purchase more than one item, I tell them to send or accept offers on everything that they like. Message me when they are finished. I will send you a reduced combined invoice. Pay after I send you the invoice. And if you order 3 shirts, $9.99, 4 shirts, $10.99, 5 shirts going a medium flat rate, 10 shirts going a large, and I price accordingly to that. Sarah says, you said the average cost of goods for you is $4, and that pays your people that source for you for the item and for them to clean the items. Just want to have an idea of how that works for you and how your guys get paid to source. So some of the people that source for me charge $3, some charge $4, some charge $5. There is one very smart one that charges $3 for some items, $5 for some items, and $7 for some items. But if you take the average of 7, 3, and 5, it averages out to $5 per piece. But he feels like he's probably making more money. And he doesn't know that he brings way more $3 items than $7 items. So my average cost from him is usually around $4.25. But he feels better charging me $3, $5, and $7. So my average cost spread across everybody between the $3 guys, $4 guys, and $5 guys is $4. And since I don't have enough time anymore with such an aggressive listing goal of over 300 per day, I require them to bring everything already laundered, already buttoned, already zipped. So as soon as I open up the bag, it's ready to literally go into production and get listed. The more quantity that you purchase, the lower you can negotiate your average cost. If I was buying 10 items, my average cost couldn't be $44 because no one's going to work for the whole day for $40. So, when they're bringing 5, 6, 800, 1,000 items, $3 per piece works, $4 and $5 per piece works. So the guy who comes on Saturday morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, he brings a minimum of 1,000 pieces. They're already washed, they're clean, the buttons are zipped, or the buttons are buttoned, the zippers are zipped. He brings 1,000 pieces, it's $5 each. I pay him at least $5,000 a week. His average cost of goods for him is probably $1. So he probably makes $4,000 a week off of me, $200,000 a year just sourcing for me. And that's just one guy. Tyler says he's saying that should I combine shipping on lowball offers or charge shipping on each when the item is lowball? So I believe combined shipping is combined shipping. If you accept lowball offers, and let's say their total is, 10 items, and you accepted $5 offers, so there's $50 on the purchase price, and then you normally charge $5 to ship each item. And because you accepted 10 offers, now it's $50 in shipping. Everybody knows it does not cost $50 to ship 10 shirts. So if you can't afford to accept the quote unquote lowball offer and accept the fact that you are going to have to still combine shipping, then don't accept those offers. It's not a good buyer experience. They know that you're making a lot of money on the shipping. To ship 10 shirts is like $10 or $15 maximum. And for a buyer to pay $50 to ship 10 shirts because you've accepted an offer too low and can't afford to combine shipping, it's not a good situation. So if you are going to combine, or if you are going to accept several low offers, be prepared to still combine the shipping. Heidi says they have a question about volume discounts. Do you recommend using that feature on all items in the store? Do markdowns and or coupons still apply? Is there a difference between volume, pricing, and promotion tab and the option available in individual listings? So the option available on individual listings is the same thing as the promotion tab. I can only recommend what's going to work for your business. If you can afford to do a markdown, to run a coupon, and to do volume pricing, then yes, I would recommend to do it. If you cannot afford to do it, then of course, don't afford to do it. Everyone has a different expectation on return on investment. Everyone has a different expectation on how fast they want their items to sell. Everyone has a different expectation of they want to spend $5 and make X amount of money. So if you can't implement all the tools that eBay has to offer, such as coupon, markdown, offers to watchers, volume pricing, if you can't do all of those, then don't do all of those. There is no requirement to do any or all of those. Of course, the more that you do will lead to more sales. So someone in the Facebook group asked today, should I put best offer on all of my items? And the answer to that is, if you want to sell more items, then put best offer on all your items. If you do not want to sell more items, then don't put best offer on all your items. It's the same thing. Should I use a coupon? If you want to sell more items, yes. If you do not want to sell more items, no. If you cannot afford to do it, then of course you can't do it. If you can afford to do it and you're still happy with the ROI and the margins and the sell-through rate, then I say utilize all the tools that eBay has available. Cindy says, can you give us your take on the new seller update and spring seller update and fees, its impact? Is there much of a concern, or what is it? The answer to that is the answer that's always the answer whenever eBay increases the fees or whenever your costs increase as running a business. The answer to all cost increase is to sell more items. If you sell more items, it's the cure to increase costs everywhere. So gas is up, those prices are going to be pushed along towards thrift. Those prices are going to be pushed along everywhere. The answer to all rising costs is to sell more items. How do we sell more items? It's by doing everything that we talk about right now. So increase fees on the platform on eBay until one of us decides to make our own platform and keep fees the same forever. That part is outside of our control. We have to do everything inside of our control, which will allow us to still maintain our business, still maintain that we're profitable, and still maintain growth. So, some people look at it as doing more work for less money or doing more work for the same money. But I've been doing more work every single year that I've been in business, because if I've if I continued the same amount of work since my first year of business, I would be out of business. So that's pretty much life. Every single business, you have to do more work every single year to maintain or to get ahead, because all the costs increase, labor increases, cost of goods increase, eBay fees increase. If you stay flat, a flat line is always going to decrease if you stretch it out over a long enough period of time. So we have no control over the fees. All we have control over is what kind of profitable items we find, how many we find, and how comfortable we are with our margins and ROI. After that, the rest is outside of our control.
Just want to add that the answer is not only sell more items, it's also sell more items and or sell more higher profit items.
All right. So Philip says, haven't been able to watch your Whatnot stream, but how are you choosing what items go to the stream? And do you have a specific price strategy, or everything starts at $1? Everything starts at $6. And it's basically, I like to refresh the store every week. So whatever's still on the racks at the end of the week gets run through Whatnot, and we sell it through there. JJ said they had a guy buy about 40 cards from him, didn't ask for a shipping refund, but sent one anyways because $36 for a package that costs $4 to ship is too much. That's correct. Kevin asked, are you required to do combined shipping? It's a good buyer experience, and I think you will have more buyers come back if you do give them that good deal on combined shipping. If you don't want to, maybe they could be mad, or maybe they leave you a negative feedback that you'd have to call eBay and fight and overturn and say, hey, the buyer paid for these items on their own free will. They didn't ask for an invoice. And now I have a negative feedback. So, the right thing is always the right thing. But if you don't want to combine shipping, I guess that's your right. But you can't have the business policy of not combining shipping and then also have the strategy or the desire to get repeat buyers and buyers coming back to your store to spend more money with you. Angela, question?
Yeah, I had something happen to me twice over the past couple of weeks. I had someone purchase an item and then message me and say that eBay wouldn't let them pay because they weren't in the correct country. And I thought that, like, if you were in the global shipping program, it would, allow people to buy if they were able to buy, and then it would shut that off if they weren't in the proper country.
All right. So the question is about the payment or the country, or both?
Yeah, I just wondered if is that just a mistake on the global shipping program, or because if they're allowed, like if they're able to purchase it, shouldn't they be allowed, like, able to pay? Or
all right. So some people do this. They have an American address that's a freight forwarder. They'll buy your item under the American address, go in and change their address to like Peru or something, and then they're unable to pay.
Oh, okay.
So that happens sometimes. Other times, a country will be on the global shipping program, like authorized list of countries. But I've seen like some parts of Brazil, people can't buy items. So maybe
it actually was Brazil.
Okay.
Both times.
Right. So maybe there's places, and I think this happens with Mexico also. So maybe Brazil is on the global shipping program, but some parts of Brazil, they can't get reliable tracking. So eBay has excluded certain parts of Brazil, and then that's why they can't purchase the item. So, and I think that happens with Mexico also. So maybe like Mexico City is fine, but maybe like a village in Mexico, maybe eBay doesn't have that part of Mexico on the global shipping program, and it doesn't allow them to pay. But most times it's they have a freight forwarding service, they buy your item, and then they change their address to their Brazilian address, and that messes up the payment. And the only way to send an invoice is to send an invoice to their Brazilian address. And that isn't how the listing was set up, because you set up to ship through global shipping. In those instances, I just let the case time out, unpaid item, and I just relist the item.
Okay, yeah, it was no biggie. I was just curious of why it happened. So thank you.
Mhm. All right. Angela asked, if shipping is free, would you combine? I don't think there's any other option. Gina says, can you explain how eBay's new promoted listings will work? So there's 3 types of promoted listings. One of them is the flat percentage, which was the original promoted listings. One of them is the promoted listings pay-per-click, where you pay for keywords, and when a keyword is searched and your item is clicked on, whether or not the buyer buys the item, you're charged however much you bid for that keyword. And then there's also a promoted listings that is only for auctions, that will give your auction increased visibility even when a buyer is not searching for an auction. I guess there's been like a lot of talk in YouTube land this week about some updates on the user agreement as far as promoted listings goes. The way that some people have read into it is kind of like the sky is falling. eBay is going to have the ability to change your promoted listing, or eBay is going to give brands the capability of changing your promoted listings rate. I don't believe that to be true, and I believe it's not anything to worry about. And I think that it's just eBay updating their terms of service, because with such a large company and a lot of different programs, they have to remain fluid with everything that's new that is happening. So I don't think it's going to affect us at all. And I think that we should just keep doing business as normal. Nina said she had the same issue. Someone in the Canary Islands accepted an offer but wasn't able to pay because Canary Islands isn't in the GSP. That's correct. Jen, question?
Yeah, I meant to ask it while you were talking about your
That's okay.
items arrival. When you are taking your photographs, typically, just as a rough estimate, how many items are you pulling and just not listing?
Zero. Everything gets listed. So the benefit of the brick and mortar store is every item that's not eBayable is sellable in the brick and mortar store. Every item that is eBayable is sellable on eBay. Never throw anything away. Every single item that I buy is profitable, whether through eBay or through the brick and mortar store.
Okay. Do I then sound really ignorant when I tell you that I would say at least a couple times a week pull things that I just am not going to list because
that's okay.
I mean, I just feel like I don't have the time to fix it. It's donatable. I don't have a brick and mortar store.
Right. And
okay.
the reason why I have the brick and mortar store is so I can monetize those things that are not eBayable, because every day I get a very cool vintage North Carolina motorcycle shirt. It's awesome. It's all over print. It has neon colors. It's awesome. But in order for you to find it, you have to search vintage, very cool North Carolina motorcycle shirt. No one's searching that. If it was a very cool vintage Harley shirt, immediate sale, that's eBayable. But a very cool all over print, neon colors, faded black North Carolina motorcycle shirt, I can't put that on eBay. It's never going to sell, but I can put that on the racks at the store and I can get $20 for it.
So what I'm finding is I do have a lot of vintage in my closet, and I think I am not at the knowledge level where I understand eBayable or not. So I would fail on that quiz show for sure.
eBay is all about the brand.
Yeah. But then again, I am selling a lot of unbranded leather handbags, a lot.
Through very strong keywords, but those unbranded bags, if they had a brand, they would sell for much more money, much more faster.
Very true. And underpricing deliberately to move it
Sure.
because I
There's
paid.
nothing wrong with that.
Okay. So I guess I'm just, I do throw things away, mostly clothing. Handbags, I do have a rather significant death pile of handbags, but I'm keeping them for parts because zip pull tabs I can easily replace within seconds. So, but I am not going to sell something that's so bad. Yeah, I'm not even going to try. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you can afford to throw stuff away that you don't want to list, no problem. But, you know, there is like a tipping point where, like, if you were throwing away 50%, then you have a problem that needs to be addressed. But if it's a couple of things, it's part of the game, especially buying bulk like you do. You buy out of state sales. You've had buyouts through thrift stores, and that type of thing is going to happen when you're not, 1000% hand selecting and inspecting every single item before purchase. It's just, for me, the people who source for me, they know what's in style. They know a really cool vintage shirt, but like a really cool in style vintage shirt is very difficult to sell on eBay without it being branded. So that's why I'm able to monetize those at the brick and mortar store. But like, there's no Vineyard Vines over there. There's no Tommy Bahama. There's no brand over there. It's all for that demographic, those guys. And the eBay stuff I keep on the eBay side. So that way, everything that comes is able to be monetized and able to be profitable.
So I have one other question. I am listing today. I noticed and have kind of noticed over the last couple of weeks that there are days when, if I add up the prices of all the 21 items that I listed that day, there's a big difference in price some days. Because, for instance, today I have about half a dozen pairs of pants that don't sell for high dollar amounts, but they will sell, and they will sell fast. But my profit margin is going to be lower. My cost was lower. But I'm not going to have a $480 day if I had Nirvana, because I've got this half a dozen pairs of pants that are on the market now for 15 rather than 25, which is my typical handbag price. Should I be trying to mix it up so that I'm reaching each daily listing goal dollar value? Did I just say that right? So that it's about the same or even each day? I put all 6 pants together because it's easy to list, and I can just do sell similar 6 times. That was weird.
So you're talking about having a dollar amount listed goal rather than a piece?
Both.
Well, the thing about that is, like, if I list a vintage Metallica shirt that's worth $1,000, do I just do one listing today?
No, because then you ruin the algorithm for sure.
Yeah,
but
so
I'm saying, should I have just done 2 pairs of those pants and then thrown in a couple of, $40 handbags to make up the difference?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm splitting hairs over absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just have your daily listing goal item amount. And you have to remember that we're not looking at one day. We're looking at a large picture of an average. Mm-hmm. So like at the end of the month, you're divided by 30.5, your gross sales, 30.5, that's your average per day. That's what we're looking at. Like you're saying 480, but like if you look at it for the whole of last month and divide it by how many days were in the month, that's your real average. Like you might have a goal of selling $480 per day, mm-hmm. but we have to look way longer term than just day by day.
Okay. I just have a lot of low priced clothing that will sell. It's just not going to be a lot of value. And because of the time it takes to list it, I want to list more is really the bottom line. And as I get faster, because my intention is to increase to get up to 25 listings plus 1 every day, plus 1, and be up to 25 by the end of this month. And I think I can do that because I am listing faster. On the other hand, I need to make sure that my dollar amounts in terms of what I'm selling these things for is bringing in the daily dollar. But you got to think about it over the month and then the 90-day total.
Yeah. And also, you know, if you have your handbag average sale price of $40 and these pants, the average sale price of $25, it's an unfair comparison. It's not apples to apples. It's a whole different line of items.
Right.
So like now your pants ASP is 25 and your handbag ASP is 40. Like you have two different things going here.
Yeah.
So they need to be treated separately. So let's say you sell $480 worth of handbags on average, great. And let's say you sell 4 pairs of pants on average for $25. You've already got your money on the 480 for the handbags. This extra $25 times 4, an extra $100 per day. That's in addition on top of whatever your handbag business is. But, you know, it's hard to compare or, you know, look at any kind of patterns when there's such a big difference between both items. So like, you know, that's like me trying to figure out a plan between selling shirts and selling hats. They're two totally different things. So the hats are an addition, it's a bonus. It's on top of whatever my daily goal is for the clothes. So like if you're trying to make a forecast, the closer you can keep it towards your handbags, it's going to give you more of a truer base, rather than if you started mixing in toasters and VCRs, and then you're trying to establish a baseline as a handbag seller. It's different kind of data. So if you are going to sell the VCRs, whatever a VCR sells for is extra in addition to your handbag business. And your handbag business is mature enough where you can create a forecast because you do have several months of data. So like if we were strictly talking about the handbag business, you have a lot of historical data and you can look at it and go, yeah, if I continue listing handbags in 3 months, this is where I should be. You already know that. But like once you start mixing in pants, if I ask you where are you going to be in 3 months with pants, I'm not sure. Because pants, you're not going to be able to list those every single day. Eventually you're going to run out because you're a handbag seller. So like sell the pants. You say that they have a quick turnover. If they sell for $25 and you got them for, let's say, $5, enjoy the $13, $12 profit when it does come. But the primary focus is still the handbags that you can forecast because you're a handbag seller. The other stuff, that's apples to oranges, and that's just additional.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Taylor.
Hey. I first just wanted to say that, man, the bonus podcast was fantastic. And I felt like it really hit home for me with like slowing down a little bit and being patient. And yeah, I know you've said that so many times, but like, I think sometimes it takes us a second to actually like kind of internalize it or feel it. And I feel like my stress level went down a little bit with being more patient with the process. So first, I just wanted to thank you for that podcast because it was amazing. And second, I had a question about niche and how, you know, you've been selling for, I think, 14 years on the platform, and I've been doing this more seriously for about a year. 2 years I've been on, been selling things, and I think I'm still trying to focus in on narrowing down niche and some of the things that I'm selling. And so I was curious to maybe 2 things. The first is, what was your process like for figuring out what your niche was? And you know, I feel like that's probably what you can source, what you can list fastest, what you like listing, and then also profit for each item. So I was curious to what your process was for figuring that out. And then I have another follow-up question with that.
All right. So So basically, clothes are cheap. Clothes are in abundant. No one cares about clothes. A shirt is a shirt to normal folks, but a shirt can be $1,000 shirt to folks who are more educated on clothing. So if you can seek the knowledge and you know the difference between $1,000 shirt and a $1 shirt, that makes all the difference in the world. So the reason why I like clothes is because you can find them everywhere. At the flea market, they're literally on the ground for $1. Nobody cares about them. And, I was talking to Isaiah about this, is that for clothing, the bottleneck is listing, because you can wash 50 items of clothing at the same time. For shoes, the bottleneck is always cleaning.
Yeah.
And if the bottleneck in your niche is listing, you can always figure out how to list more items much, much easier than how to clean more items. Cleaning more items has a ceiling on it. So the shoe seller's bottleneck is cleaning, or in a lot of cases, finding enough inventory, because it's harder to find shoes. You walk into the thrift, they might have one rack that's 8 feet long. You walk into a thrift, they're going to have 400 feet of racks just in the men's section, 1,600 feet of racks in the women's section. The bottleneck for listing clothing is listing. The bottleneck for a lot of these other niches is not listing. Listing is an easy bottleneck to solve. So clothing is cheap. You can turn $1, $3, $5, $7 into $20 very, very routinely. It doesn't break in the mail. And I used to sell a lot of electronics. There is no tech support. You don't need instructions on how to use a shirt. You did need instructions on a computer that I used to sell. And when someone buys a computer from you on eBay, it's not just tech support when they first get it. Like, it's tech support for the lifetime that they own that item. And if they had that item for 4 months and it breaks, like, that's your fault still. So it doesn't break in the mail. It's easy to ship. If it doesn't work when it gets to the customer, you can return it and you can sell it again. Shirts don't break in the mail. Easy to store, easy to research and gain the knowledge on, in abundant, very repeatable, and the bottleneck is listing. There is no other bottleneck for clothing other than listing. There is no, I can't find enough items. That's very rare. There is no, I can't figure out how to store these items. I can't figure out how to ship these items. I can't figure out how to clean these items. The bottleneck is always listing with clothing. So those are the points of why I chose clothing. It's everywhere. It's cheap. It turns over pretty quickly. And to me, with clothing, there is no better way to multiply money on eBay than selling clothing. People could argue video games, but video games have a much higher cost of entry. Yeah. They do require tech support. If you sell it, as there's a lot of other niches, but with NES games, some people don't know how to get those to work, but you return it. And if you push it to the left inside of your NES original console, it's going to work. So like, I had a lot of NES games returned because people don't know how to finesse those into the console and make them work. So the customer service is very low. It's all beneficial. It's all done in bulk. You can clean in bulk. And the bottleneck is listing. And if the bottleneck is listing, I can solve that bottleneck easily. That's why I decided that there's no testing. There's no ordering cords, parts, pieces. A lot of people say it's hard, but I think it's the easiest thing to do. I think it has a pretty fast turnover. And I think that it could be easily exploited if you seek the knowledge, because the general public doesn't know what most clothing is worth, especially the vintage stuff. And they don't care for it. It's old to them. It's $1. And I've gotten many $100 items for $1 at the flea market.
Yeah. Yeah. wow. And as a follow-up question, you talk about seeking the knowledge. Um, how did you figure out who your customer was? Like, you make listings in mind with your customer, and like, being that you've done this for longer, you start to get to know or some of the nuance of how to both market and then to bring the customers back to make repeat purchases. How, maybe that just takes time, but do you have any thoughts on kind of the process of figuring out who your customer is?
That's the old fashioned way. You sell an item, you figure out why it's sold, you list it again, sold again. That worked. Let me just keep doing that.
Yeah.
Practice. I know that's contrary to a lot of beliefs inside of this group of when you find something that does work, we just stop doing that and do something else. But I like to find something that does work and I just do it again. So if I sold a Tommy Bahama shirt with a big embroidery on the back for $30, next time I went to the thrift, I remember and say, oh, I just sold a similar shirt for $30. Let me pick this one up. Sold again. Okay. Now I go back to the thrift. I see 2 of those that time. I know I've already sold 2. Let me pick these up. Those 2 sell. And then you just develop that Rolodex of items that sold. You remember the prices. And as soon as you can remember the prices and remember that they did sell, you don't have to do your research anymore at the thrift. When you pick up the one with the embroidery on it, it's $30. They're asking $8. They're asking $7. They're asking $5. No problem. Put it in the cart. Done deal. So it's just about finding something that works and then just do it one more time. That's all you have to do.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the fun part too, is figuring out what works. Like it's exciting figuring out what works, so
maybe to some people, but look at Chris. He wants to figure out everything that works and everything doesn't work.
Yeah.
So like, a lot of people like to do the next thing or the next bright idea or the next this and the next that. Very rarely do people just want to stick with what works and then continue on that model. But that's the beautiful thing about, doing eBay or operating a business or, being a human being is it's totally up to you, however you want to proceed, day in and day out. So for me, I found something that works for me. It may not work for everybody else, but it does work for me. And I'm going to try to do that as long as possible. I'm not going to get swayed by another bright idea. I'm not going to get, I'm not going to want to experiment with a discussion that I heard. None of that stuff matters. I do read it all. I listen to it all. I take it in. I analyze it. Still is not better than what I'm doing. So I haven't switched from anything. And until you're confident in what you're doing is the best for you, you're going to be easily swayed and maybe convinced that trying a different way is better. And once you keep trying all of these things, you kind of stand stationary instead of making any progress. So the only way how you can make progress is by, repeating a task, perfecting a task, getting better at a task, but constantly starting over every single day. Like you said, you've been selling for a couple of years, but a lot of people have been selling for multiple years, but they have 1 year experience multiple times. I want to maintain 14 years experience, not, 1 year of experience 14 different times.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sarah says, I think coming into the group, you automatically want to compare yourself to the quote big guys and makes you feel like you aren't doing enough without thinking of the road it took to get there. That's what I did anyway. So yes, the bonus podcast helps very well. Yeah. So, like I said on that podcast, is that I have not increased my listings at all. And I've grown my store larger during this time than anybody. Increasing the listings is not the answer. You just have to do the same thing every single day. And by default, your store will increase, your business will increase, your sales will increase, your money will increase. Zachary, question.
Yes, the question that I have was about correctly listing a new with tags item, because the question that I had was sometimes you get something that's brand new unworn with a tag, but that tag might be just the brand tag. It might not have the sale tag. So I don't know if technically it's correct to list it new with tags or new without tag, because I don't know what the correct tag is what I'm trying to ask.
Probably be fine listing it new if it does have a tag. I've never run into an issue where someone said it's missing one of the tags, therefore it's not new with tags any longer. Just be mindful that some brands are more protective than others when items are listed new with tags rather than pre-owned.
Okay, thank you. My next question was not more like a comment, well, it is a question too. So Tuesday through Saturday, I went on not technically a vacation mode. I put my store in vacation mode, went out of town, still kept my 15 a day listing. And my average still stayed about the same, which is about 10 items per day. I just didn't know if that was the best way of doing that, or if there's a better way of doing that, putting your store in vacation mode or not putting your store in vacation mode for a few days. Would you change the handling time, or would you do the same thing?
I think people in the group have done both ways and still survived. I would probably extend the handling time rather than go on vacation mode. Because vacation mode, it tells the buyer that you're away until X date. Extending the handling time a couple of days just extends the handling time a couple of days. There is no advertisement or banner towards the buyer letting them know that you're gone. So there is, a cutoff point to that. If you're going to be gone for 3 weeks, then probably do vacation mode. If you're going to be gone for 3 days, then probably I would just extend the handling time.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Ryan, question.
Hey, Tech. Kind of like I think everybody pretty much has said that the bonus podcasts, everybody's listened to it probably 2 or 3 times at this point. And being kind of in sports cards, I mean, it's always easy to buy way too much, to buy in bulk, that type of thing. So one of the things that I've done is I have a fairly solid 15 a day listing habit. But I've kind of been doing, I think in the past, we've called it extra credit. So kind of doing additional listings kind of on top of that. What would you say to somebody like me that's kind of, I mean, I've got a listing habit. I'm kind of content in a place to grow slow, but I have the ability and kind of the zeal to list more. Would you say, should I kind of potentially risk lowering my ASP, listing some potentially less desirable items, or should I just kind of take that energy and redirect it into buying higher ASP type stuff to raise margins?
What are you selling now? Commons, graded? What kind of stuff you selling?
Primarily like eBay standard envelope. So buy for $1, flip for 5, 6, occasionally get the home run of 20, 30, 40.
So that business model is strictly volume. So since it's a volume business model, you gotta list as many items as you can. And like, there is no like eBay throttling or eBay police on like common sports cards. Like they're not gonna request invoices, and you can pick up, 10,000 sports cards in a blink of an eye.
Yep.
The name of that game is getting those items up for sale and getting those items sold. Those items are making you no money, sitting in the corner, not listed.
Sure.
If you can comfortably list 100 a day in that niche, you've got pennies on the dollar invested into the cost of goods. So it doesn't matter. The whole thing about the scaling slowly, and the main takeaway from that podcast is that a lot of people scale too quickly. Let's say that for clothing, for example, which is going to have a much larger cost of goods over the card. I mean, per card, what is your cost of good? A penny, fraction of a penny?
I've got a guy that I've kind of turned into a wholesaler.
Okay.
He's given me cards at about 3 cents each. So
Okay,
yeah.
So the main takeaway from the podcast is for the person who has selling clothes primarily, as an example, and their average cost of goods is $8. They've increased their listing goal to 20, but they're only selling 8 per day. Selling 8 per day, they're spending more on cost of goods than what they're getting in sales. So they're losing money.
Right.
But if you're at 3 cents for the cards,
yeah,
list those things and get them out the door. You should have a 100,000 item card store.
Sure.
Because like there's no way you can ever run out of money in the card game.
Yeah.
Buying items for 3 cents each and selling them for $5 each. So like there's different nuances.
I mean, and
every niche, and in the card niche, your niche specifically, it's bulk, man. Like if you sell 100 items, you're going to make a lot of money. If you sell 10 items, you may as well go stack groceries.
Yeah.
If you're going to make $3 per card.
Sure.
Then you made $20 after fees.
Well, that's kind of what I'm wondering too. Cause I mean, over the last month, I've increased my store, I think sold about 250 items. I've increased from about 600 to 1,000 in my store. So, I mean, my sell-through isn't terrible, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, obviously sell-through is different in every niche, but like, should I be more comfortable listing, adding 400 or 500 items to my store?
Absolutely.
Sit there for a year.
You should, because you're not going to run out of money.
Okay. Yeah.
I would get all of those cards listed. If you can get them for 3 cents and sell them for $5.
Yeah. I mean, the 3 cent cards I'm taking, I get $2 and I ship for like $1.50. So I mean that's the worst, or I ship for 80 cents.
Right. And that's fine, but you have to sell a lot of cards. And in order to sell a lot of cards, you have to have a big store. So like if you can scale profitably and not run out of money, then you can list as many items as you want.
Yeah.
Get those things listed and get them sold, because that's a much different model than, selling 20, listing 20 with an average sale price of $30.
Absolutely.
Like you're going to have to list 100, sell 30, and you'll never run out of money even at that discrepancy.
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate the perspective.
Carl, question?
Yeah, Tech. I bought a Harley shirt. I think it says Vanity. I assume the VF stands for Vanity Fair Imagewear. And I was just wondering, can you tell me what this crazy stitching is on this collar called? It almost looks like it's a reverse type thing. It's all bunched up. Is this supposed to look like this?
Yeah, I've seen those a little while. Like you said, it's like reversed.
So what do you put in the description? Reverse stitching, or does it matter?
I don't really mention it. They can see it in the photos. It'll arrive.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Taylor, question again?
Hey, yeah. I have a question. It's kind of a conspiracy theory question. It feels like eBay has a certain amount of traffic that they want to send my way every day in order to push a certain number of items per day through my store of what they're comfortable with. It feels a little bit like if I shipped the items pretty quickly, if I ship all of the items, they're like, oh hey, you printed shipping labels, they're going to be out the door. It feels like they want to send me more traffic. It feels like 20-30% more traffic for the day or so. I was wondering if you feel like this has any what do you think about that?
Do you have a blue door or a red door during this time?
A star? Or what do you mean?
The door.
The door?
The classic blue door, red door. I haven't even heard that in a while.
Yeah. Way back in the
This might
day.
be before my time.
Yeah, way back in the day, next to your feedback, if you had an eBay store, they used to put a door there. And people can
Oh.
click on your door to visit your store. And
Oh,
the
awesome.
biggest conspiracy was like if you had a red door, your store was on and eBay will give you all the traffic. But if you had a blue door, they wouldn't give you any traffic and you were like
wow.
on the bad list. So I don't know if it makes you feel better to ship your items faster and you get more traffic, then no problem. You know, according to the listing quality report, they have your handling time, then they have your true handling time, which is
Yeah.
how fast the item actually gets to the customer. So that is measured. So since it is measured, perhaps eBay is going to give you better treatment in the search since that is one of the metrics that they measure. But to say that, you know, it's bona fide or guaranteed if you ship fast, they're going to give you more sales. eBay has never come out with that sort of communication. So right now, shipping 2 times a day because I'm selling a lot of stuff. But I don't feel like I'm getting any more sales just because I ship twice a day.
Okay. Yeah.
But
It's
it is a good customer experience. And if you can ship out items as fast as possible, I don't see how that can negatively impact your store. The only negative that can come from it is if you ship so fast where people write you a message and say, oh, I reread the message or I reread the listing. This is the wrong size. I have to cancel. And you just have to say this item's already been dropped off. And I've had to do that a few times. And normally you never hear back from them. They usually just keep the item.
Cool.
I always thought this blue door, red door thing actually meant the door to your warehouse or like the door to the room your inventory was in. But I didn't know eBay had actual doors on your whatchamacallit.
Yeah, blue door, red door. And if you looked at Michelle, she lost her mind when I said that because she knows that. She knows the blue door, red door. That was the biggest conspiracy for a long time.
It was like 6 months at least.
When you said that, I was hoping that you were actually going to have an. I was like, oh my, that's a question I would have never thought to ask. I was hoping you were actually going to give a legitimate answer, but I'm actually glad to hear that you even thought it was just BS.
Yep. I in the first group before you guys, we actually knew how to put the door on red at all times. We actually knew. And we all crushed it because we knew how to put the door on red.
I remember that.
You remember, right? Don't tell anybody.
Now everybody's is blue. So what are we gonna do?
I've read the emails. I've read the emails.
Of what? Oh.
Blue door, red door. No, there's no such thing as blue door, red door. So Bo says, since starting a YouTube channel is the fastest growing type of small business, when you slow down on eBay years down the road, would you consider starting a YouTube channel? I think a lot of people will subscribe to the truth that you speak. I don't know. I don't know if I want to be on YouTube land. If I go on YouTube land, it would be non-serious, not serious. Such as topic for tonight. Is your spouse threatening to leave you because your death pile is taking over the house? What say you?
You could bring back the red door, blue door.
Yeah.
The answer is yes, and I moved out.
Okay, call in. Let's talk
I would
about it.
100% watch that video though.
I kicked him out.
Call in. Let's talk about it.
I moved out and I have a much better quote warehouse. It's fan-freaking-tastic.
Yep. Call in. Let's talk about it.
The best kind of show, I know Chris has talked about it before, is the reseller rescue kind of TV show, YouTube thing, where you go to someone who has these huge death piles or horrible habits. You go and you just kick them into shape until they're doing it the right way. That would be hilarious to see you do.
I don't know. That's not for me. I'd rather talk about your spouse leaving you because your death pile is too big. That's more funny. Chase says, if you were still doing electronics, would you do 30 or 60-day free returns? I would. All right. London says, would you agree that I should list all of my new tag items as pre-owned to play it safe? New tags is about 95% of my store. I don't know. I would just keep my ear to the streets and make sure I'm not listing items that have a history of being taken down for being brand new. I've never seen, for instance, Ralph Lauren take down brand new. So I would feel confident and safe as of the time of this recording to list that brand with new. But if it was something like Calvin Klein, White House Black Market, Levi's, all of those have a history of giving zeros when the items are listed for brand new. So those items I would not list for brand new.
I have a second question related to that. So we talk a lot about Goodwill invoices and how, like, I'm sorry, Goodwill receipts and how they don't count as invoices because on them they say like blue tag or accessories, $4.99 or whatever. So if you have a receipt, not from Goodwill, but from like other stores that has the name of the actual item that you're selling, does that count as a more official receipt? Like, for example, let's say you had you went to Nike and you bought a pair of Nike Air Force Ones to sell online. Like, in your receipt says Nike Air Force Ones, you got them on sale because they were running a sale that day. They were $60, right? Like, is that a more concrete receipt that you can utilize if you like get your number called for invoices?
I guess it's better than nothing.
Yeah. So you don't have any experience of anyone using receipts like that and succeeding or failing?
Sometimes it works on Amazon, sometimes it doesn't. It's very rare for eBay to ask for receipts. But it's probably better than having a thrift store receipt that says orange tag $25. It's difficult because how do we know it's that Air Force One that's on the receipt?
That's true.
Like, that could be a receipt from 8 months ago. So all you have to do is just buy one Air Force One, and then you can sell 40,000 of them and just say, here's my receipt.
And if they pull you, like if they want you to get off of their brand, like how Feli was with their stuff, like they will get you off regardless.
Same thing. And if eBay wants you off, they're going to get you off regardless. So, if you ever have to go down that road, it's just, you're at the mercy of whoever is asking for that information. And hopefully you have enough information to suffice it. But, it's very difficult to prove exactly what item is on what receipt unless it's a particular SKU that can match up. And if that's the case, just buy one Air Force One, put the receipt in your pocket, and then just go crazy. And if they ever call you and say, hey, I have a receipt for an Air Force One, send it in. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But I think when they get to the point where they are asking for receipts, I think that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Regardless. And even when Chris was going through that, I told you guys, I don't think he's getting his account back. Whether he can show receipt or not show receipt, that's just like the legalities of what, they can kick you off for any reason, but like it helps to have like a reason. And that's the easiest reason to go after, especially for people who sell pre-owned goods.
Hey, Tech, if you had like, let's say, I don't know, a brand new pair of Yeezys with
I'm
like
not
a,
getting into
with
that.
like a,
I'm not getting into that. I'm not getting into that. Wait until I have my YouTube channel 3 years from now, and then we can call in about that.
Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, so with those receipts, I wouldn't do it like that. I feel like that's way more dangerous. Like if you have an Air Force One and like a new Air Force Ones, you only buy one and then like you have no receipts for the other 22 pairs you sold. But like ideally you'd want to have a receipt Like you'd rather have 22 receipts saying Nike Air Force One on all of them, white.
Sure, you would want to, but is that possible for your business? No.
Definitely not for the pre-owned side. Of course not. Yeah, makes sense.
So there have been people that have been called for receipts for, let's say for clothing, and they've provided receipts from a wholesaler like Jomar or something, and the holds have been released after that. I've never ordered from Jomar, so I don't know how specific their invoices get, but it might be just, one bale of clothes. And I guess for whatever reason, that was good enough evidence for eBay, and they allowed that person to get back onto eBay. But I don't know the specifics on what brand they were asking about. And I don't know the specifics on how detailed like a Jomar invoice is, for example. I can't imagine if you're buying a bale from Jomar, it's itemized by brand and by type and style. But, if they are asking you, where are you getting these clothes from? And you provide an invoice saying, I ordered 10 bales from Jomar, this is where I get it from. Apparently that was good enough for eBay, and that seller is still on eBay right now.
They're not specific at all.
Okay.
Literally says 500 pieces.
Okay. So for that example, that was good enough for eBay. eBay lifted the restriction on that person's account, and that person is still selling and living happily ever after with a Jomar receipt that says 500 pieces.
Yeah. So London asked the second question. You can't see it at this point in the chat, but it says, she says she's conflicted. Does she run a greater risk of Vero with new attacks?
Yep. Opus says, asked this in the group, but wanted more insight. So I have almost a dozen polos listed of the same brand. I'm trying to play with search placement, competitively priced, coupons running, correct title and specifics, promoted the listings, 60-day return, 1 day to ship, but they aren't showing up in the search. I sold my opinion of what eBay allows for the day. Could this be a case of throttling since I reached my cap? What all can I do to help with search rankings if I check all the boxes of the good listing? So eBay has, I think it's 2,000 data points that they look at when they are ranking a listing. A lot of it depends on distance. And if you are going to look for your own items in the search, it's best to look from a computer or from a browser that is not affiliated with any of your eBay search history, because they do put cookies on it and they do see what listings you recently clicked on. So it's going to give you skewed results. If you can't do that, try incognito mode on the browser to get a more true representation of the search. But the search is going to fluctuate throughout the day. I know sometimes I search for one of my brands. Sometimes I'm all on the first page. Sometimes I'm not on the first page. So that's one of those eBay things that is outside of our control. The only thing that is inside of our control is exactly what you said you are doing. So for me, I know I'm going to sell between 250, 300, maybe if I'm lucky, 350 items. There's no reason why I should not sell thousands of items per day. It's just that's where I'm at. I have thousands of items for sale, thousands of offering. The buyers are there, but I don't sell thousands of items every single day. So eBay puts you up there when it's your turn, and when it's not your turn, perhaps you aren't up there. And that's probably good for everybody, because if I have, as an example, not saying that I do, but as an example, if I have the best listings on eBay, and that's the metric that you're measuring by, is by having the best listing. If I have the best listing on eBay, and that's eBay's opinion as well, and all 50,000 of my items are on the top of the search, nobody anywhere would get any sales, because I will be the first 50,000 listings, and they'd have to go to page 965 to see any of your listings. So it's not strictly based on, do you have the best listing? They're going to rotate the traffic. They're going to split up the sales, because a lot of people would never have gotten their first sale if it was just strictly based on having the best listing. I would be 50,000 of the best listing if eBay had deemed mine the best. And no one would ever get their first sale. So eBay is very democratic on how they give out the sales, how they give out the traffic. And, you know, sometimes when you're having a bad day, your promoted listings come in handy, and you'll see your promoted listings traffic spike towards the end of the day. And maybe that's eBay's attempt of trying to catch you up. Sometimes you have a great day in the morning and the evening time is no good. So, you know, it's probably a lot of speculation, mind games. You know, like Taylor was saying, when I ship fast, I feel like I get more sales. Some people will say when I sell a lot of stuff in the morning, I don't get a lot of sales at nighttime. So all we could do is, you know, focus on what's in our control. And it sounds like you're doing that. After you do that, focus on doing that more. And that will give you a better chance of selling items if you have more items available in the search. But it's not going to give you guaranteed search placement just by having the best item, unfortunately. Paul, question.
Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, I have a jacket here to show. Let me see if I can turn this thing around. I would have to do it like this. I don't know how to turn this thing around.
Doing an investigation, you see when
Just go like this.
Yeah, I have this Jordan jacket that I picked up the other day. How much would you price this at?
If you jam with, do it away from the person.
I don't know. What do you see in the comps? I can't really see nothing. I see a white top. I don't see the tag. What are we looking at?
Hold on.
That's newer. That's present day. So
that's newer.
Yeah. So for a present day jacket that kind of looks like that, decide if yours is cooler or not as cool. And if it's cooler, price more. If it's not as cool, price less. If it has no flaws, maybe you get $30. If it has some flaws, maybe you get 15 or 20.
Yeah, because I see it has these metal things on them. The metal Jumpman.
Okay. So when you're looking at the comps, if you see one that's sold for $30 and it's not as cool as yours, price yours for $40.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And I heard you say something. I don't remember. A lady said something to you the other day about eBay stopping their traffic. That happened to me the other day when they give me the top rated plus. They gave me, but I had some, like, I wasn't shipping on time in December. And then they gave me the top rated plus in January, then just took it right back from me. And then all my traffic, like, I didn't get no sales, like my traffic stopped.
It makes sense. Why would they give you all the traffic and you don't ship out the items?
No, but what I'm saying, that was from December.
Okay.
And then they gave it to me January and said, okay, you're good to go January, you're top rated plus. No, then they just took it back 2 weeks after and said, hey, you didn't ship on time. I'm like, well, you gave it to me in January. Why would you take it back from me? And that was December.
Maybe you had a couple more late shipments and you don't reach the threshold anymore.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, or you didn't sell enough items and your percentage has gone down because you're not selling enough items. So the late shipment defect is based on percentage. If you have 100 sales and you have 5 late shipments, maybe you're good to go. But if during your evaluation you fall down to 80 sales and you still have those 5 late shipments, you're no longer good to go.
Oh, so you can do with your sales too.
Absolutely. So go to your metric screen and see what your percentage is.
Okay, I'm going to do that.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep. I'll put the link in the chat so you can go to your metric screen and see.
Okay.
All right. That's the screen there. Check to see what your percentage is. Taylor, question?
Hey, I have a question about item specifics. I was looking at I've got two questions. The first is that I was looking at your store at your shirts and the colors that you list shirts under. And it seems as though there were very few shirts that were listed under ivory or beige. And my first question is that because first you don't have very many beige or ivory shirts, or are you listing those shirts as white or brown because it shows up in the search placement significantly better? Like I wonder how many people are actually typing beige into the search bar.
So 144 people in the room right now. I would probably bet my bottom dollar under one person owns an ivory shirt. Probably own a lot of white shirts in the chat, but I don't know if anyone owns an ivory shirt here.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. That definitely answers that. The second question I have is what is best practice when we have an item that is different than the recommended, or sorry, different than the required item specifics? So I have a pair of women's shorts that is size 17, and in the required item specifics for size, I have 16 and I have 18. And last night when I listed this item, I put 17 because I want it to be, if somebody looks at the specifics in the listing, I want it to say the actual correct specific, even though I recognize that that item will not be found through the search left-hand navigation. Is that the best way to do it? I mean, ideally, I'd probably not pick up items that won't fit the required item specifics while I'm thrifting, but what's best practice for that?
Type in 17.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Continue visiting my store for your research.
I'll have to buy something. I've visited too many times. I got to keep your traffic where it's supposed to be.
Karima says, vacation is more than 2 weeks, is like 2 months every 2 years. What's the best thing? Vacation mode for 2 months vacation mode. Or you could take your whole store down and let it relaunch when you get back home. Sarah says, is there a solid way to research which clothing items are bootlegged or fake? If an item has a cut tag, do you suggest to not list it? Or would you list if there are some specific marks like trademarks or logos? There's only really certain brands that are fake. Those are going to be the more expensive brands, the hype brands. Your common brands aren't going to be faked nearly as much. And after you handle a good amount of clothing, you can get to know by the feel, by how the logo is supposed to look. A lot of clothing does have a side seam tag that's going to have an RN number that you could look up if you're unsure. But if it is missing the tag and you are unsure, maybe just throw it up in the group and see what other people think. But always, if you are going to second guess, more often than not, it's probably best just to throw that item aside. But as you handle more clothes, you can feel the difference between a real item and a fake item. Like a real Lacoste and a fake feels different. So it just comes with time. And if you're unsure, never risk your account putting up something that you're unsure about. TJ says, apologize if this question has been asked before. What is the strategy to sell new replenishable items on eBay? If you only have a few of them, it's impossible to do a listing every day. Would you list the same item in different photo angle or tweak the title every day? So if you're selling one-off items, the strategy that we talk most about on maintaining a listing goal works best. If you're selling replenishable items, that's a whole different way those items are ranked and your store is ranked. So a replenishable item is going to be ranked on the click-through and the conversion, the feedback received on it, and how many of those sales end up being successful, meaning how many times that item returned, how many times is that item being returned for an item not as described reason. So your whole mission with a replenishable listing is to first get buyers to click on your item and then get buyers to convert on the item. If buyers click on your item and leave, that tells eBay something is wrong with the listing. It's not priced right, or there's a different kind of issue, and buyers are leaving that listing to go to a different item that will convert. The listing that does convert is going to get increased placement in the search. So if you can get buyers to click on it, you can get buyers to convert on it. The next step is to make sure that those sales are successful and keep your returns low, keep your feedback positive, and also keep your item not as described as low as possible. If you could do all of those, that shows eBay that's a very desirable listing, that's a very successful listing. They can pay for traffic and funnel it your way. You have a very high likelihood of converting that traffic that eBay pays for into a sale that is going to result in a happy customer leaving positive feedback. So the things that you could do to make your item more attractive are the things that we talk about in the group. A very generous return policy, nice, good photos, a good title utilizing all the keywords. Make sure your item specifics are good, make sure your feedback is good, have a fast handling time. And then after that, since most likely you're going to be competing SKU for SKU, price is going to be everything. 1 cent can literally make the difference between you selling 100 items and selling 0 items. You may also have to use the subtitle feature, which I think is $4 now. You may also have to do the title being bold. You have to do coupons. You have to do buy one, get one frees. You have to do a lot of different things in order to get your item to rank, to get clicked, and then to get converted on. So a lot of what people do on the replenishable listings is they'll sell a few at a super deal at a loss, get some traffic onto that listing, and then they'll gradually start raising the price while still maintaining a good conversion rate, which will then put their item in front of a lot of eyeballs and then hopefully still convert a lot successfully. So replenishable listing is very price sensitive. And then you have to use all the tools in the eBay toolbox in order to maintain a very strong conversion rate. Nikki says they started the business with the sister. She didn't do any research, didn't buy brands we should have, didn't look at sell-through rate. Now we have separated ways and they are stuck with a store of 2,000 items. Half is junk, half is okay. Should I just run a huge sale on those items to get them out? So you should run aggressive markdown sales, whether it's weekly or monthly. Keep doing it more and more aggressive. Eventually there's going to become a point where those items aren't selling. You can increase promoted listings to increase visibility. Make sure that those listings appear higher in the search more often by paying for that traffic, which is the promoted listing. You can run those as an auction, maybe start them out with a price that you would be happy even if it only got one bid. If it doesn't work, run it at a cheaper price. If that doesn't work, run it at 99 cents. If you don't want to do that, take those items out of your store, have a flea market, have a garage sale, sell them to some other reseller, donate them, throw them in the garbage, burn them behind your house. Some way, if you cannot monetize them by either raising promoted listings, aggressively marking them down, throwing them to auction, throwing them to an aggressive auction, and they still won't sell, you have to take them off eBay and you have to do something else with them. All right, catching up. So Amber says they have a question on vintage t-shirts. Do you have any tips on how to date a vintage label? Is it just based on the mental Rolodex? So for vintage shirts, what you want to look for is the country that it was manufactured. This isn't the end all be all rule, but it is a good place to start. If it was made in the USA, that's a good indication that it could be vintage. As we know, a lot of items have been outsourced. The closer it is to the USA, the older it is. So if it was made in the USA, it's probably going to be 90s or earlier. There are still brands to this day that do make stuff in the USA. So again, it is not the end all be all rule, but if it is made in the USA, that's a good indication to investigate further. Even if it's present day and made in USA, it's probably a desirable brand, probably an expensive brand. After the USA, they exported production to Central America and the Caribbean. So it will say, for instance, made in Honduras of USA material. That's kind of like the first step of outsourcing production. Or it'll say made in Jamaica of USA contents. After that, it was exported to South America fully. So it would just say made in Honduras. After that, it was exported to Asia. And then now most of the production is done, China, Thailand, Vietnam, places like that. So made in USA is a good indication. A lot of the vintage shirts have what they call single stitch. And single stitch is either on the sleeves or on the hems. So present day shirts have a double stitch. And on this shirt, 2 lines of stitching, 1, 2. Vintage shirt's going to have 1 line of stitching. So I'm sure we can pull up a photo on the difference between single stitch and double stitch.
And kind of like the USA, so I've noticed a lot of brands are trying to remake that vintage style tee. So I do get fooled a good bit in thrift with the newer. I think maybe J. Crew does a single stitch. So
sometimes, yeah, I know Junk Food does it. A couple other brands do it. So over
I
here
know
we
that
have
some polo stuff does a triple stitch. Does that mean anything?
So over here we have single stitch, and then we have double stitch. So the single stitch more often than not is going to be older. Double stitch more often than not is going to be present day. After that, you can find resources on tags just by searching, vintage Screen Star tags, and it will show you all the different tags, and it will give you the different dates. A good website is the Fashion Guild. They have a pretty good breakdown of the years and the years of the tags, for example. So here we have a made in USA tag. This one's going to be single stitch. Also 50-50 cotton polyester blend tend to be older. But again, these aren't all end all be alls. These are just pieces of information that can help you date the shirt. So the tag will always date the shirt, but the pieces of information such as the country of manufacture, the material, and then the stitching on the shirt is going to help you. So some of these websites will give you a breakdown of, specific years and whatnot. So it'll say, Screen Star shirt from the 80s. Let's see. So if you search same thing, Google Images, and you type in all Hanes tags, and you click on one of these charts that they have. This is one from the 40s. This is one from the 80s. This is the 70s. So if you have a shirt with this tag on it, it's from the 70s. It can't be from the 50s, and it's not from 2010. So any kind of brand you want to look up, you could search right here. Just put all Hanes tags, all Gildan tags, all Nike tags. Any kind of brand you want to put up will be right here. So if you want to do all Nike tags, it will give you a breakdown of the tags that they use for the dates. And then it's really just about doing that research and learning what tags were made on what time frames. But the basic parts of the information are going to be country of manufacture, the material, and then the stitching on the shirt. is where you can begin your first 3 pieces of information on how to date a shirt. And then if you want information about triple stitch, Thomas's DM is wide open on the Facebook group.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. And then if you find an elusive quadruple stitch, do not hesitate to contact Thomas.
Yeah, he's relatively generous about sliding into his DM. So, feel free.
Yeah.
That's
Let
what
him
we-
have let him have all the ridiculous questions because he likes those.
Just because you don't like quality shirts doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about triple stitch.
And that's why all triple stitch discussion put Thomas's way. All right. So Shane asked, what's Jomar? Jomar is a wholesaler for clothing. All right, catching up. Sally says, where do we find the listing quality report? It's in the performance tab. Performance and traffic tab. It's on the top. Everybody should have it by now. If you're a new seller, maybe you don't have it yet, but it's in the performance tab at the top. It says download your listing quality report, or it's on the seller hub on the left-hand side underneath where you have print a label, your returns, all of that. It says download your listing quality report. All right. And George said there's a file in the Facebook group that also has information on vintage clothing. That's correct. There's a lot of information in the file section of the Facebook group. Annika says they started using promoted listings, but was surprised that not every sale I've made since then is charging them a fee. I thought it was a fee off top. Will you please explain when they will charge you and when they don't? So the way promoted listings work is that, for an example, I know you're a bookseller. I don't know, To Kill a Mockingbird. If you have To Kill a Mockingbird, the book, and someone searches for that, it's going to have a promoted listing search result. So let's look on here. All right, To Kill a Mockingbird. One O on this.
eBay wants to give you a lot of money, dude. That's hilarious.
Why?
Well, I guess it's not hilarious, but it was great. Like, it was like, you're pre-approved already.
Oh, for a lot of money?
Yeah, they want
then-
to give you a bunch of money. As soon as
Yeah,
you sign it.
they email that all the time. All right, so this is a sponsored, this is a sponsored, this is sponsored, this is sponsored. They appear number one. They have a higher rate of getting clicked on and bought since they are number one. These ones that don't say promoted are all organic. So maybe this one is yours, this is sponsored. Maybe this one is yours, this one is not sponsored. So if we click on this person's link and we buy this item, they will be charged a promoted listings fee. If we click on this person's link and it's not sponsored, they will not be charged a promoted listings link. So now that we've clicked on this one, even if we close it and we go shop around, if at any time in the next 30 days we go back to this item and we buy it, they will be charged the promoted listings fee. So the cookie that's on your account from this promoted listings fee stays good for 30 days of the time that they click the item. So even if I click it, I put it on the watch list, or I click it and just go, ride a skateboard, and then I come back in 3 weeks and I buy it, I will be charged a promoted listings fee since I did click the sponsored promoted listings listing. So Not all the time your item is going to be a sponsored listings result. Most of the time it's going to not be a sponsored listings result. And when they click that item, it will not result in an increased fee for promoted listings. All right. So Makai says the listing quality report question. I have this message a lot. EAN, is that like the product code? On average, listings with the most impressions in eBay search with this category have 5% of their EANs fill out. So yeah, that's either like a barcode, a UPC, a product code, or something like that. But unfortunately, if you're selling pre-owned items, it's difficult to obtain the product code, the serial number, or the UPC. So that's why you're going to get a lot of those notifications. So if you don't have a barcode, if it's not brand new, if it's like a triple stitch polo shirt, it's going to be hard to locate the EAN. So you just skip it. So Courtney says they were surprised they were charged on several items for sponsored listings within a bundle sale. I think anytime eBay has the ability to hit you with that increased fee, they will do it. So maybe even if one item is from promoted, they're going to get you on all items. Rachel says they have a few questions, all different topics. Question number 1, what to do with brands I can't find on eBay or in Google search, such as Lilo, lovely jean shorts. My first thought is I'd rather spend this time listing, so leave it for a garage sale. Maybe like a small boutique brand, a house brand. And if it's not on eBay, you're going to have to rely on very strong keywords, such as pattern, design, style, and like we were talking with Jen, those are harder to sell. So while Jen can still sell those unbranded handbags, if they were branded, they would sell much faster and for more money. So eBay is very, very dependent on brand within the search. So unbranded items are more difficult to sell than branded items. If it's not something, for example, like a leather motorcycle jacket, where people will actually search one day for a leather motorcycle jacket, maybe they can find the brand or your unbranded item by searching leather motorcycle jacket. But if you have a lovely pair of jean shorts, it's going to take a little bit more to match up your customer with that item, because not many people are going to search the eBay search bar for lovely pair of jean shorts. Those types of items that don't have a brand and don't have very strong keywords, like you said, may be better left for the garage sale pile. But if you do have the ability to have very strong keywords, you do have the opportunity to actually sell the item. It's not going to sell as fast because it is harder to find. So like I said before, a very cool vintage motorcycle shirt from a motorcycle rally in North Carolina is very cool, but nobody is going to search in the eBay search bar, very cool motorcycle shirt, North Carolina rally. If it was a very cool Harley Davidson shirt from a motorcycle rally in North Carolina, that item will sell 10,000 times before an unbranded, very cool shirt from a motorcycle rally, simply because we cannot market it as a Harley Davidson motorcycle shirt from North Carolina. Taylor?
And type structure for specific shoes would the question? Can you hear me?
Your reception is no good.
Oh shoot.
Turn off your video. That usually
Has
helps.
it improved at all?
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I have a question about for shoes. For a piece of clothing, right? For a shirt, I'm gonna type in brand shirt, men's. Now, something that I've thought about when search for shoes is I typically don't, for the specific shoes that I'm wearing, I'll type in Ultra Torin 5, just because I don't even put in shoes in the search bar if I'm personally searching for these shoes. Do you think in general for shoes, it's appropriate to put brand, specific model, shoes, men's, or is it better to put brand shoes? Basically my question is, should we title our structure different for shoes than we would for shirts, because people might be more likely to search brand model as opposed to brand type of item?
So what is your customer searching for?
Yeah. And I think it depends on the type of shoe too. I think some people might search J. Crew shoes, whereas people that are searching for Hoka's, they're going to search Hoka specific model. And so with that, I guess the thing that we would have to determine is, do we keep everything uniform, or for every title, do we kind of take 5 seconds to think about and say, what exactly are the keywords they're going to put in? And probably the second, actually, probably better to think about which order they're going to put which order and the likelihood of the keywords being put in.
Yep, correct. So if you're selling Jordan 12 breads, that's really all you have to put. Because that's what that customer is looking for. So whatever your customer is looking for, that's what you need to put in the title, and that's how you need to structure your title.
Solid. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor, you could also check on eBay if you put in the first word for like a brand, you could see what people are searching for. So like I'll do J. Crew, and if it comes up, everyone's putting large after J. Crew instead of J. Crew dress large, like I'll do it in that order. And that's how I figure out a lot of times what's the best order.
That's so smart. Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, clothing is really different than shoes, and that is not correct. I'm sure Tech will elaborate.
That's one way to do it. But eBay has put out the guidelines on how they want you to structure clothing. And if I was going to structure a clothing title, that's how I would structure my titles, per the way that eBay put out the guideline. Makai says, is there a good way to use traffic other than waiting for your own data and measure against it? I assume a very specific to habits and categories, so I'm not sure if it's something I can use with less than 4 months of data. Yeah, everyone's store is going to be different, so your data set is going to be different. You just have to use what you have, even though it is a small sample size. Try to make, educated decisions, not knee-jerk reactions, and continue to don't get obsessed with the traffic, even as a large seller, small seller, old seller, new seller. The most important metric to look into is the number of items that you list and the number of items that you sell. That's the most important metric. Worrying about impressions and traffic, not something to get tripped up on. Eric says, what style of shorts do you typically list? Jean shorts, under, Bermuda, chino, or other? That one's a little bit tricky. I usually go with chino. All right. So someone with the username Goodwill is asking about Goodwill bin strategy. So this could be a mole. Goodwill is asking, what was your strategy when sourcing at the bins? Grab as much as possible and sort on the side, or mind your business and go piece by piece. Happy to inform you, Goodwill, that I only went to the bins, I think 2 times, and I kind of just went piece by piece, but I was by no means a professional Goodwill bin shopper. But I think that putting all of your stuff in the cart and throwing it back, I think that's kind of lame, but some people do that. All right, Rachel, question.
Hi, I'm in a really bad area, so if this cuts out, let me know. So kind of, I don't even know how to word it really. So I started recently, and I'm still very new to the group and to eBay selling. And I started in March just to see if I could sell 15 in a day, which of course I could, but, or not sell, I'm sorry, post 15 in a day. So I did, and I started, seeing sales from it, but made copious amounts of mistakes. So once I joined the group, I instantly slowed that down, and I was like, okay, I just want to make excellent listings. And so now I'm doing 5 a day, which is very easy. I have getting supplies and getting sourcing for clothing is relatively easy. I'm in a great area. I'm in Orange County, where there's a million great thrift opportunities for me here, with some pretty good high quality stuff. So I've been watching my sell rate every month, and it's like continuing to go up. So my question is, in my brain, because I'm wanting to progress, of course, I'm like, oh, list more. And I'm like, okay, whoa, you listen to the video. That's not, I want to do it organically, and I want to do it the right way. And I want to slowly, have my business be here for a long time, even with all the variables and uncertainties of where this is going in the future. But so my question is, when do I know to increase from 5 a day to more? So I have the inventory to do a lot more than that. And I'm getting my sell-through rate to be, I sell approximately 2.9 items a day right now. And last month it was like 2.2. So that's pretty good. And I have about 450 things in my inventory.
All right. So the question is, when is it a good idea to increase the listings?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So did you have a chance to listen to the podcast that me and Chris, it was released last Friday? I think he titled it Advanced eBay.
Yeah, that's where I was, the organic. I want to do it the right way.
Okay, sure. So good. That's a good place to start. So basically the idea is, for round numbers sake, you buy 10 items, they cost $5 each. So every single day you're $50 in the hole for cost of goods. Since you're $50 in the hole and you sell 3 items each for, let's say, $40. So you're listing 10, selling 3, spending 50 on inventory, but only getting $40 back. We're not even talking profit. We're talking total money back, $40. If you were to scale in this situation, you're always going to put money out of your pocket, because you have no money left to scale with because you're always negative 50, but only positive 40 every single day. So the idea is, since you're listing 10, selling 3, your store size is going to be net 7 items every single day. Your store is going to grow 7 items every single day, 49 items every single week, 210 items every single month. So the theory behind that is if you go to the traffic tab, it shows you your click-through rate and your conversion rate. Your conversion rate, again, for round number as an example, is 2%. If you have 100 items in your store with a 2% conversion rate, you'll sell 2 items. Again, this is an example, round numbers, just to easily understand for everybody. Since you're going to be net 210 items per month, after month 1, you have a 310 item eBay store. You have not increased your listings because you're still listing 10 a day. You still have a 2% conversion rate because you're listing the same kind of items that are already in your store and that are already selling. So by doing nothing different, you've increased your store size by 210. Now you have 310 in your store, 2% conversion rate. So that will give you 6 sales per day. You're still listing 10, you're selling 6. Let's say your average sale price, again, as an example, is $10. You're still investing $50 a day in your business, but now you're getting $60 a day out. So you're only making $10 profit. So now we have $10 profit at the end of the day. Let's say we need $5 to live to pay our bills. Again, this is just small number, round examples. And we have $5 extra that we don't need to live and pay our bills. With this $5 extra, you could invest into 1 extra item per day. So now you can get to 11 items per day because you have $5 extra. You're profitable because you have $5 to pay your bills. And then this way, you can scale your eBay store without pulling money out of your pocket. So you can scale and scale profitably. So now you're going to be at 11 items per day, selling 6. You're going to be net 4 every single day, net 28 at the end of the week, net, 124 at the end of the month. Still have that 2% conversion rate. Eventually, you'll get to the point where now you're investing $55 into your business. And now, due to your 2% conversion rate, now you're getting out $75. You pay $5 to yourself to pay your bills. And now we have $20 left over that belongs to the business. And with these $20, now we can buy 4 more items. And now we have a 15 item a day listing goal, paid for by the profits of the business, not paid for by your pocket. So your bills are paid, and the money that's left over, if you feel like now is the time, that money that's left over can be put towards the purchase of new inventory, and then you can increase your listings. Other portions of increasing listings that you need to think about are storage capacity. If I increase my listings, how many items can I list in my current setup? If you're working out of the house and you have shelves and bins, how many items go in each bin? How many bins go on a shelf? How many shelves can I fit? If you're at 500 items in your eBay store and you do the math and you can fit 750 items in your eBay room for your storage, now we look at, okay, I only have 37 more days until I'm maxed out of storage. So if I make this increase, I can only increase this 37 days sustainably. And either I need to move into a different portion of my house, my garage, I need to get a storage unit, and a storage unit is now going to be an increased cost. So now with that $5 that you paid yourself to pay your bills, you have that $20 left over. Now 10 of that 20 has to go to the storage unit. 10 only goes to reinvestment back into the business because everything has to get paid for. But if you continue this aggressive listing goal, who pays for the storage unit? Who pays for the bills? You have to make sure this overage or the profit that you're seeing every single day is reinvested back into the business in a safe manner where you can store the items long-term in your current setup without reinvestment into the business, and also safely reset back to zero every single day. Because we can all probably list 100 items, and after that, we just go to sleep. Those 100 items never went back into inventory. So when those items sell, now we're looking at a big pile of items where we don't know if it's put away. We don't know where it is inside of this pile. We can't find it. Now we have to cancel the sale. Now we get a defect for item out of stock. Now we get a negative feedback. Now we fall below standard. Now we have a big problem. So your ability to reset to zero, your storage capacity, and how much money your business is spitting out to you that you don't need to pay the bills, and that you can safely reinvest back into your business without making such an aggressive jump that your storage situation and your setup is not prepared for, is how you can calculate how fast you can scale. But there's nothing wrong with going 10 to 12, 10 to 15. The 15 to 30, you run into storage problems, you run into cash flow problems, because if you go 10 to 30, that's $50 a day in cost of goods. Now it's $150 a day in cost of goods. And for this example, you're only selling $60 per day. So you're going to be, minus $90 a day. And now, since you're going to net into your store, 22 items per day, because your store size didn't catch up, you're going to net 22 items per day. At the end of the month, that's over 600 items. 2 months, that's 1,200 items. You're going to run out of storage capacity in your house. So now you're minus $90 a day while the store catches up. And now you have to go out and get a storage unit, which is, $300 a month. Now you're negative $100 a day that you personally have to finance and float until your store catches up to the size where it reaches that $150 a day. That's now $160 a day because you have a storage unit. Until you reach that $160, you are personally floating and financing your business. When you get to 161, now you have $1 to play with and reinvest back into your business that you don't have to pull out of your pocket. So go slow, make sure you can reset to zero, make sure your storage capacity can handle a bump in the listings, not for today, not for tomorrow, not for next week, but for an extended amount of time. So you don't have to make that additional investment into getting a storage facility to hold your items, because that does also come with an increased cost. That's how you do it if you never want to pull money out of your pocket and you want to constantly reinvest eBay money back into the business. So for me, the only money I have ever pulled out of my pocket was $35. And after that, I've used all of the business's money to reinvest back into the business. Probably didn't help much. It's not an easy concept, but that's the concept. All right. Abe, joining the call, just join the group, consuming the content. They like it, still learning. How accurate is eBay's recommendation for price once I have filled out the all of the listing information? In a lot of people's experience, it is not accurate. And the best thing to do is research the comps, the solds, or Terapeak to get a more accurate representation of a selling price for the item. Second question from Abe, should every recommendation under item specifics be filled out? So item specifics have 3 categories. One is required. The required item specifics are required to be filled out before you can submit the listing. The recommended item specifics, the most you can fill out, the better. Do not make up item specifics. Only use item specifics that are in the dropdown, and only fill out item specifics that pertain to your item. So one of the item specifics is character, and like Mickey Mouse is in there. And if you have an orange Nike shirt, there's no reason to select Mickey Mouse or any character for that reason, because the character item specific does not apply for this item. So don't make up item specifics and only use item specifics that apply to your item. The final set of item specifics is additional. The additional item specifics, many of them do not pertain to your item, and many of them get very low search results and probably won't lead to the sale of your item based on an additional item specific alone. So the recommended fill out and fill out as many, the required fill out all of those and fill out as many recommended item specifics as possible. If you want to do additional, you may, but do the recommended and do as many recommended that apply and do all the required. Next question from Abe. Would you recommend taking a lower profit in order to access to capital quicker and build momentum? You have to accept the profit that works for you. Some people want to spend $1 and make $100. Some people want to spend $100 and make $1. Totally up to you and what your business model is. If the question is, as you state, in order to access to capital quicker and build momentum, then the answer is yes, accept lower offers that are still profitable and within reason. And my personal rule is, if the item is replaceable, easily replaceable, meaning you can walk into just about every thrift store in America and find that item and replace it, then I'm okay with accepting profitable offers that come in. If it is a, $500 9-inch nail shirt and you cannot walk into any thrift store in America and buy that shirt again for $5, if someone sends you an offer for 10, you bought it for 5, it is profitable, but you cannot walk into any thrift store in America and find the $500 9-inch nail shirt again. So the threshold for accepting a lower profit, that's totally up to you. Some people's definition of that is different from others, but if you do want to get access to capital quicker and build momentum, then you should accept more lower offers in order to get the money back and go out and buy more items with that money. Abe also asked, should I promote all of my listings? Again, that is up to you. If you can afford it in your margins, if you are selling in saturated categories or saturated brands, it's not a bad idea to do. Whatever you can afford to promote, that's up to you. If you're selling gold bars at market price or under market price, you don't need to do promoted listings. If you're selling gold bars for double the price, you may want to look into doing promoted listings. So it all depends on your price point strategy, how saturated the market is, the sell-through of the item, or if you just want to have a blanket policy on your eBay store and say, I promote all of my items X%. I'm happy with giving eBay all of this extra money, and I want my items to sell through quicker, so I'm going to pay for placement. Then that's also a decision that you have to make as well. So for me, I promote all of my listings from day one. And Rachel said the explanation helped, so that's good. But there was a lot of information in that. So, but it is a little complicated of a process. But, we can all build our eBay store with little or no money invested up front, and then just redeploying and reinvesting that money back into the business. Isaiah, question. It's been a couple of weeks since I heard from you.
In relation to what you were just talking about taking profits, in your case, do you also take like fractional profits in the sense of like your buy cost is $4? If you sell something in like total cash flow is $5, then like you don't make enough money to buy a second item. You can only replace that item, right? So do you also take those fractional profits in which you only make $1 on the item, $2 on the item? Or ideally, do you want to make at least $8 in cash flow so that you can replace your item and get a second item with that?
I subscribe more to this second example.
Yeah,
I have a threshold where I don't accept offers that are underneath that threshold. And if it's above that threshold, we rock and roll. If it's below it, then I'll counter with one caveat. If it's close to my threshold, $1 or $2, and that person is buying multiple items, I just make it up on the shipping.
Yeah.
So if you're $1 under, I just charge you an extra $1 on shipping. So that way I get to my threshold. But yeah, I do have a threshold for an example. Let's say your business, you don't want to accept any offer under $9. If someone sends you an offer for $6, you have to counter to try to get them up to that $9 threshold that you have set inside of your business, which is not my break-even point, but the point where I'm comfortable on the ROI that I'm looking for this particular item, for this common item, for this, whatever. So your price might be 14, 18, 22, whatever your price is. You just have to counter back and do the dance and get them up to that price where you're comfortable with making the multiple that you want to make on the dollar amount that you invested into that item. Like I said, if someone's buying like 10 or 15 items and they hit me a couple dollars lower than where I want to be, instead of charging them $15 shipping for their 15 items, I hit them 17 and then we even out.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Eric says, if someone does make up an item specific, is it still searchable if it matches the search bar? Obviously, it can't be searchable through the left-hand navigation. It's usually not. Taylor, question?
Hey, I have a question. Like, we talk a lot about what to do to be successful on eBay. I'm curious to, we talk a lot about how to build a business that works, and there's some businesses that don't work. I'm curious, what are the most common ways for an eBay business to fail? In Chris's case, he wasn't able to provide invoices, but that's probably not the majority of eBay businesses that fail. It's probably people that overbuy or that don't do what you're talking about with scaling slowly in the way that you have extra money left over, or maybe zero. But do you have thoughts on ways that eBay businesses typically fail and how we can avoid that? It seems like if we do we have to do all the right things, but we also have to not do the wrong things.
All right. Don't get zeros. Don't list counterfeit or fake items. Become educated so you don't list fake items unknowingly. The classic example of people who usually fail, and Jen surprised me. Their first sentence on introduction is always, I'm a great buyer. Great buyers usually are not great eBayers. Jen actually broke through and is very, very surprising. I think Jen might be the only person that has started their introduction by saying they're a great buyer that has actually turned into a great eBayer. So great buyers usually don't do well because they're great buyers, but they're not great at listing. They're not disciplined enough to do the rest of the work, but they do like to buy. So that's difficult to overcome. The lack of education about brands and posting counterfeit or highly zeroed brands usually sits people down. And probably just an overall lack of understanding of the eBay rules. A lot of people break rules unknowingly and eBay sits them down. There's a lot of reasons why, but Usually eBay is very forgiving. They give you a lot of chances usually. And unless like you massively mess up, on the eBay side, eBay really doesn't ban a lot of people. People usually self-sabotage more and fail rather than eBay failing them out.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm trying not to do those things. All right, London. Can you speak for a moment to organic and promoted traffic? I went to play around with my promoted listings the other day. I ended a campaign to create a new one that was more aggressive. I forgot to start a new campaign. My sales plummeted from $300 to $60. Good learning moment. My organic traffic dropped too, which is what surprised. So anytime you change anything, a sale, promotions, whenever you do make those changes, it takes time for eBay to re-index the listings and re-index the store. So by changing all of your promoted listings, eBay has to go through and edit your whole store and put those items back into the search where they need to be without the promoted listings boost. So that could be one of the reasons. The second reason, and this is a Taylor conspiracy theory, and this is speculation, I believe when you decrease promoted listings, when you decrease anything that you're doing for eBay, speculation, I don't think eBay likes that. I think if you're at 5% promoted listings and you drop down to 3, eBay is going to let you know that they don't appreciate that. That's speculation, but nobody has ever come out and said, oh, I reduced from 5 to 1% and my sales are on fire. They're great. I don't think eBay likes when you reduce anything that will result them making more money. So if I'm a 10% guy, I only have one direction, and that's going up. I think if I go to 8%, eBay is going to let me know that they don't appreciate that. Again, that's speculation. There is no fact base behind that, but you guys can try it for yourselves. Go 8% to 4% and report back. You're going to make the same post London did. All right. Nikki says, can anyone point me to this month's password? I don't see it in the Patreon messages. Ronald says he can't find it either. Nikki made a sad face. Ronald said the cherry on top, can't find the meeting ID either. I said it's the same. Ronald said he found it. He also clicked the password is here. It's on the first page of the document, LOL. And that's how you get into the chat. So, oh, Nikki also found it. They said, oh, Lordy, thank you. I'm slow. So we got it. We're both here. Nikki's here and Ronald is here. So the password did not change this month because Sunday was the 1st. And in order to get 2,000 people all on the same page, we need a little bit more time than just Sunday to Monday. Otherwise, there's going to be 10,000 posts in the Facebook group about where do I find the password, which if you go to the pin post, there is a dedicated reply to the pin post that says, where do I find the password? If you click on where do I find the password, it will show you where to find the password. It's either in Patreon or it's on the first line of the doc. So we did not change the password. Maybe we'll change it on Friday. We try to change it on Friday so that way we give everyone 2 days to get their life together and get back on track on Monday. So usually we change it after Jack's call on Friday, and we will put out communication in the Facebook group and through Patreon regarding the new password. But when the 1st is on Sunday, it will be a complete train wreck on Monday morning, everyone trying to figure out the password. So if anyone is listening to the replay, the password is always in the pin post inside of the document. Or if you read the pin post, you can find the password through Patreon, and Michelle made that video for us. So appreciate it. Nikki's here, Ronald's here. Everybody made it. JJ says, can you outline the best way to build a card business? I'm starting there. Didn't we talk about that? Or was that another guy? That was Ryan. All right. So pretty much, JJ, the answer to this question is the answer that we talked about with Ryan. So tune in for that one. Rebecca, what are your thoughts on listing miscellaneous items from your death pile or your personal items after we get our niche listings done? Will it confuse the eBay algorithm? List those in addition to your regular items. And that's all you could do. If they're outside of your niche, do all of that work after you finish your own work. Don't do that work before you finish your own work. Just do that in addition or as extra. So, and that's all the questions in the Facebook group. Does anyone have any questions over here on this side? Back to Rachel.
One of my many mistakes I made when I was trying to do all those listings before really knowing what I was doing was I sold a P90X. And yeah, and then of course, like 2 days after I sold it, or a day after I sold it, like it's literally in the air being shipped over. I saw the whole Vero video, and then, you know, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to get in trouble. I really didn't know. So as it's being mailed, it hasn't even arrived yet. I emailed the buyer and I was like, well, you know, good news. I'm new at this and I didn't realize this was something I'm not allowed to sell and or not supposed to be selling. And so I'm going to refund you all of your money. And this is my gift to you. And I'm lending it out to you because that's how I received it anyway. Somebody lent it to me. And so if they didn't respond, I think they left me positive feedback without any words or anything. This was in April and like the beginning of April. And so I can see it in, like if I look at my monthly statement of sales, I can see it there, but I can't go back to change it because I don't actually have a physical store yet. You know how you can like edit it and change it to be a picture of something else and so that they can't find it. So do I have to wait until I get a store, or is the reason I can't find it that thinking about suspending or whatever?
So if it was taken down by a Vero, the listing has been deleted on eBay and you will not be able to find it.
Even if it's in a sold?
It's gone.
I would just wait for them to email me back, basically.
Huh?
So do I have to wait for them to email me to say that I have a Vero? Because it was sold and then I refunded him. Hopefully that'll make it better because it wasn't a sale.
So you did get a Vero or not get a Vero?
I haven't heard anything. I did not.
Okay, so you didn't get a Vero, which you may get a Vero coming up. Maybe you don't. Maybe you were speeding and you got through the speed trap. If you've sent them a refund, there's nothing else for you to do at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, you just cross your fingers and hope you don't get a Vero. But if it's your first Vero, it's just going to tell you that, hey, maybe you aren't aware of the issue or the situation, but you can't sell XYZ item. Please refrain from selling these items. Please do not relist or sell any of these same items anymore. And it's a very soft slap on the wrist.
Okay. Okay.
And Tech, you made that post in the Facebook group where we post common Veros so she can have this not happen again in the future. That's we
correct.
all update.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. Now I'm ready to go.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of people don't know off the bat that you can't use Velcro, can't use onesie as keywords. You can't post P90X, you can't post Rosetta Stone. That's a very common mistake for a lot of people. But now that you're in the Facebook group, if you use the search function on the top right-hand side, type in Vero list. We have a running list of everyone that's been hit by a Vero, and then you can read through the list and assess whether or not you would like to take the risk of selling those items that other people have had taken down for one reason or another.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This group is incredible. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. But you may not get in trouble for the P90X, and if you do, it's just going to be a slap on the wrist, most likely. So don't worry too much about it. Just try not to get them, try not to get a whole bunch of them, but definitely read the post in the Facebook group, search Vero list, it'll come up. I made the post, I think over a year ago. It probably has a few hundred replies, so just keep an eye on those. Shane asked, do the warning ones stick to your account as a true Vero? So eBay doesn't come out with communication on how exactly the Vero program works, but this is my understanding of it. Oh, sorry, Sarah M, not Shane M. This is my understanding of it. The first Vero that you get is a warning. Hey, maybe you weren't aware, but you can't sell this product for this reason. That's the warning. Usually, if you get a second Vero, it'll be another warning, but more sternly worded. If you get a third Vero, usually you get a vacation for 3 days. If you get a fourth, it's a 7-day vacation. If you get a fifth, it's a 30-day vacation. And hopefully we don't go past the fifth Vero. So also my understanding and my experience is that the Veros fall off every 365 days. So if you got your first warning kind of tap on the wrist Vero on May 1st, if you don't get another Vero until May 2nd, the May 1st one drops off, disappears. Your next Vero would be that tap on the wrist. So the closer the Veros come together, the more aggressive they are. So if you got a Vero today for P90X, you got a Vero tomorrow for Rosetta Stone, you got a Vero next week for another one, they're way more aggressive than if you got a Vero today for P90X. And if you got a Vero next year, January, way less aggressive than if you get a lot of Veros within 30 days. So they do fall off is the good news. And I would recommend everyone to read the Vero list that's inside of the Facebook group. And then it's up to you to judge your risk tolerance on whether or not you want to list those items, continue to list those items, or have that into the store.
I got a new ding this week for offensive content. I had a record that evidently the person performed in blackface back in the day, which I didn't know.
Wow.
So it got pulled down, but obviously there's still 4,300 copies of that artist. So eBay is obviously really good at applying their policies. And
so it could have been taken down because it was reported by other users. Again, they don't tell you how many users it takes to have one of those pulled down, but every now and then you'll see like a few people say, oh, my Cleveland Indians stuff got pulled down for offensive content. And it's usually when the Cleveland Indians and all the sports names are in the news and people go around and report those listings. So it could be a user generated pull down, could be an eBay generated pull down.
yeah, that thing had been up there for months.
Yeah.
Have you run into that with like the Redskins or University of
No.
Illinois, like the Fighting Illini? I know that was one that they changed.
No, not yet, but they have removed Washington Redskins from item specifics, and it's now the Washington Commodores. So are you running a risk listing Washington Redskins, even though they're now the Washington Commodores? I don't know. Should eBay come out with communication and say, hey, in 2 weeks, we're removing all Washington Redskins items. Please remove them from the platform, or otherwise you're going to face penalties on your account? Yes. Should they go in there and say, okay, now we're replacing, or now we're removing all Washington Redskins because now they're Veros? That's unfair, but that's usually what eBay does in the past.
So
So
are they easier on like the number of offenses you get with this one? Because like the letter I got basically said we're not taking any action because you may not have been aware of
yeah.
the policy, which I don't know if that's the same thing you get when you get your first Vero or not, but
Okay, so they're different. So if you get a counterfeit Vero, if you get 2 or 3 of those, that's counted different than you getting a counterfeit Vero, an offensive policy violation, or for the Levi's brand new, you can't export these violation. They don't want you constantly breaking the same rule and getting the same violations. So like if you get several offensive content, that's the same as getting several Veros.
see, that one just seems like so much harder to stay compliant with because what's considered offensive changes day by day,
Right.
you know?
And what I was gonna say is that last year or the year before, there was a Dr. Seuss book that all of a sudden
Yeah.
was no good. So for the past 25 years, at the time that eBay has been in business, you could sell this Dr. Seuss book with no problems. But now the Dr. Seuss book became part of the news. Now the book got canceled and the book was going for $200. eBay removed all of those books and gave those offensive content policy violations. Should they removed it and said, hey, we're just removing it because, or should they given everyone offensive policy violations for that? So if you had the Dr. Seuss book, you already have an offensive policy violation for this week. If you got another one for Cat in the Hat, which pre today, Cat in the Hat was fine to sell, and you get one in 2 weeks, now do you face a 3-day penalty?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Or should they just take them down and say, hey, times are changing. This book is no good. We're removing it from the platform. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I don't understand why they can't have pre-compliance of like, you're about to submit a title with a word that we don't like. Don't do it. Like, it's such an easy thing to add.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard about it happening for like movies or even music? I mean, you know, certain celebrities all of a sudden, you know, become offensive, right? As the Twitter mob decides to go in on them. Like, have you heard of anything like that popping up on people?
I can't think of anything, but I could give you 2 examples. Adrian Peterson was a running back for the Minnesota Vikings. He went to jail for child abuse. His jersey overnight went from worth $20 to worth $0. You could still list Adrian Peterson jerseys the whole time, and to this day, no harm, no foul. Aaron Hernandez, they were restricting you from selling his jersey on eBay at once upon a time. Once upon a time, the Aaron Hernandez jersey was selling for several $100s during peak Aaron Hernandez coverage, and they were not letting you list Aaron Hernandez jerseys. However, you can go on eBay today and buy an Aaron Hernandez jersey.
So is there like a place in the community forums or anything where they like actually keep that, or is it just
I've never seen
like
it.
luck of the draw?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
It sounds like a cool opportunity for a website. Actually, there's the duplicate listing tool website where you can go in and you can see if there's duplicate listings. It's almost like you need a canceled website for, you know, if something gets canceled, then they let you know.
Yeah, not a bad idea. So for Shane's CD that had the blackface, or for the one a couple weeks ago that had the kid on the front, if you had a database that said, hey, these items are guaranteed Veros, I don't know.
I didn't list that tape. I didn't put that up.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not.
It's not worth it. But
This one I
that's
just
an easy
honestly,
one.
I had no idea. It's like this like old jazz record from the 1920s, which, like I said, has been up forever. It just got dinged. And that artist has 4,300 items listed.
Yeah.
Hey Tech, I have a question about that as well. So, when you have the same item that you listed twice, and eBay tell you that it's duplicated. Um, so with that, and then I usually come across a lot of stuff like that. I have the same item. I just do separate listing instead of a list that has a multiple. So if you do tweak a little bit of the title so that you can have a separate listing, does eBay can come after you for that?
If it's a different item with a different title, then no, they don't want people that sell iPhone cables to have 10,000 listings for the same item. If it's a different item, it's no problem. If you're listing the same item under different titles, then that is something that eBay does not want you to do.
When I first started again a couple of years ago, because it had been so long since I was selling, I started doing that because the way back in the day was you set it up so that you had a new copy listing going up every 15 minutes, so that you just basically spammed the whole page with your listing. And it took about a day before I got dinged, and evidently that's not how they do that anymore.
No, that's not how they do it. So if you have a pair of Hokas and they're gray, blue, purple, and green, you can list the first one, gray, blue, purple, and green. You can list the next one, gray, blue, purple. You can list the next one, gray, blue, green. And maybe theoretically you can have, 400 different listings for one item, but that's not what eBay wants you to do.
Bottom line, just listed has a multiple.
No, if it's a different shoe, you can list it again.
What I mean is a different, let's say Huck Bondi size 10 and the black and white, and that you have 2 or 3 of these pairs.
Are they brand new?
Used.
Okay, so how do you make a used listing with 3 items that are all in different condition?
It's basically the same condition.
No.
Slightly a little bit the same condition.
No, that doesn't work. They're all separate items. They need to have a separate listing with a separate description.
All right.
So if you need to change the titles, if you need to add A123 at the end, but if they're different items, they need to have a separate listing, because Eduardo, who has his hand up, ran into this problem last week where he had the same item, he revised the listing and uploaded the photos, confused the buyer, and the buyer said the one that you have shown in the photos is much better condition than the one I received, and then they wanted to return the item. So they all need to be separate listings, because someone's going to get the item, they're going to compare it, and they're going to see a scratch on their item that's not in the listing, and they don't know what's going on. So every item needs to have a separate listing. Every different item needs to have a separate listing.
Cool.
Eduardo.
Hey Tech, good evening, man. Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick question. I'm trying to help somebody get on, I was talking to this person to get on board on eBay and all of that, and they created their account. They made a little mistake, and they asked me the question. I didn't know how to answer, so I just thought I ask you, maybe they by mistake, when they created their eBay account, they selected company as like a business. And I said, well, just switch it back to personal. And they're like, it's grayed out. We can't do it. It's just the account is already set to business. Is there a way? I mean, I guess I can call eBay as well. I just thought maybe you knew. If you know, fine. If you don't know, that's also fine.
Well, if it's grayed out, there's nothing we could do. We got to call eBay. I do know that distinguish business and personal, it's very tricky and takes a long time to update. But you'll definitely have to call eBay about that.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you, man.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions from anybody?
For the feedback fixer guys, $35 per feedback, right?
I don't know. Might be $30. I'm not sure. Whatever it is, it's per feedback.
Okay.
So if you have 2, it's 2 charges. Not sure, but it is per feedback. No breaks, no nothing. No multi-discount, no nothing. He's line by line. He's a stickler.
So Tech, now that I remember something else that I wanted to ask you regarding feedback. Now you mentioned all that. If the customer doesn't want to return the item and they just want to leave you a negative feedback just because they want to, like, because you can call eBay and say, hey, I have the, I told the customer they can send it back. We're happy to take it back 60 days anytime, but the customer is just not going to do it. So eBay always tells me, well, we can't remove it because the customer has to send it back before we can remove it. That's their experience. That's what they want, whatever. And I'm like, I've tried a couple of times and then they simply are not willing to help me out to get it removed. So I was just curious, how do you deal with something like that?
Just call eBay, let them know that you have a generous return policy of free returns. You offer them to send the item back at no charge. And you can find a rep that will remove the feedback. It might not be the first one, might not be the second one,
Right.
but you can find a rep that will remove the feedback based on you having free returns and based on you having good customer service and based on you trying to do your absolute best to rectify the situation.
Got it. Thank you, man.
Don't tell on your reps though. Like when don't go like, hey, but this previous feedback got removed by this rep, because they can go back to the rep and they can basically I did that. And the guy was like, wait, are you talking about the feedback for this Converse Dexstar? And I was like, yeah. He was like, all right, great. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm going to contact this representative and make sure they're aware of our new policies. And I was like, dang it.
So why are you a snitch?
I wasn't trying to be a snitch. I was trying to use that as an opportunity to get him to remove that feedback. I was like, dude, this person removed it for me. So can't you? And he was
that's snitching, man.
Thanks for the warning anyway, but I wouldn't do that.
Don't use that as your phrase. If they tell you no, and I promise you a lot of them will, like I had 8 tell me no in a row. Just call the next person. Do not go, hey, this person removed one for me in this same situation, because they're just gonna go contact that person and go, stop doing that. And now that's another one of the good guys off our team.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Damn.
Snitch.
That's bad, man.
In regards to what Shane was talking about with the offensive content, one thing that I saw in another group was somebody got suspended for something that we should not do. They listed like this electronic device that had these little pads at the bottom, little feet on the bottom of the device, and in their title they said "see pics of feet," and that person got removed from eBay, and they were trying to reach out to them, but yeah.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it. Maybe Isaiah told on him. Christine, question?
Okay, so going back to the question of what Isaiah was talking about, and I got menopause brain, I'm sorry. Isaiah, what were you talking about? You were talking about
don't give up your reps.
Snitching.
Being a snitch.
Yeah, snitching.
To get back negative. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is.
Fractional ones? Talking about the fractional profits?
I had a return. I told the dude, he's like, I don't have a printer. I said, not a problem. I'll kiss your butt. I'll mail you a receipt. I'll mail it to him. So I mail it to him. He never returned it back. It's still not on its way. And he says, it's past the day. The case is closed. And he was just like, but here's the catch, Tech. I did a switcheroo. accidentally. I had 2 pairs, but I ended up selling the one that he wanted within that time frame that before he contacted me, blah, blah, blah. So he was like, I just sent them in yesterday. Well, they're still not here. They're still not in the mail well, I can't tell anymore. He said they're in the mail. Case is closed. I just told him, look, man, don't worry, I got you. That it felt like the right thing to do, but I kind of felt like also, you know what? You had 60 days. You took all that, and then you still didn't mail it out in time before the case closed. So what would we do? Do we just do the nice thing and go, now don't worry about it, I got you? Because the jeans are supposedly on the way. I told him upon arrival, I'll take care of you.
So if they do not have a printer, that's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is to send them a label. Along with sending them a label, it sends them a QR code that they can take to the post office, and the post office can print the label for them. They don't need a printer. Outside of that, anything you do is goodwill on your part and up and above the call of duty. If it was me, if you don't have a printer, it's 2022. My mom has TikTok. She's 65 years old. Everyone has a printer and everyone has the ability to print a label. So I have no sympathy for you. If you don't have a label, I've provided one. You can send. If you don't want to send it back, no problem. I'm not going to buy a label and mail it to you, because then you spend money on the label, you spend money on a new label, and they never even returned it. So I'll send you the label. If you don't want to send it back, it's not my problem.
Yeah. Okay. So next time I'll just tell them, look, there's a QR code. Take the phone to your local post office and they can print it off. Because it was time. I had to fold it up, mail it out, all that crap.
Yeah.
I didn't like doing it, but I also felt bad, because he did get a pair of jeans that didn't have suspender buttons on the inside, was what she wanted. In any event. Okay. So here's
And
the
then
next.
what they're going to say is, oh, I don't have a car to go to the post office. I can't print the label. It's a never-ending cycle for someone who always wants to make an excuse. Your obligation is to send the return label. It's their choice to print the label and return it, or don't print the label and don't return it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So I went over and beyond.
Yep.
This time, but next time, no. I'm not giving up my time like that again. Okay.
And everybody that gives that excuse has a neighbor or a kid or somebody in their life that has a printer. So there really isn't an excuse.
Yeah.
No excuse.
No excuse.
None.
So I was away from the monitor. With the only thing I was curious about is, you don't discuss it and you just say, hey, the label's there, just figure out a way to print it, or you just try to be nice and right? Because again, I know tech doesn't want to go back and forth, with all the stories that they might have. So what do you do? Because they're gonna say, oh, I don't have a printer. So just tell them to do whatever they need to get it printed and forget about it, or
Happy to accept the item back anytime in the next 60 days.
you repeat the same thing. Okay, awesome.
Everybody has a library,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yep. JJ question.
Yeah, this is way off the wall, but
That's par for the course.
Yeah, but like, all right. I need to get a tree like trimmed and cut back real bad. What should I ask or look for from the tree company to make sure that they're good?
Well, you got to make sure they're insured and licensed. You can ask them for the documentation. The price is going to be based on if the tree is in the front yard or the backyard. If it's in the backyard, it's harder to pull out to the road and get chipped up. If it's in the front yard, it's easier. You have to see if it's over any obstacles like a fence, a playground, a pool. that makes it much more difficult because it has to be roped off. You also have to see what kind of tree it is. If it's softwood or hardwood, that's going to make a difference on the price. That's pretty much it. So if it's a hardwood tree over a fence in the backyard for an insured company, it's probably going to be more expensive than a tree in the front yard, softwood from a couple yahoos in the back of a pickup truck that are uninsured.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
So
we got a like
what kind of
home
tree is it?
It's a sisu tree.
Oh, we don't have those.
Yeah, they're the HOAs out here. At least mine has banned them because they spread their roots out so far that like they wreck houses, like sewage systems.
Yeah, they have some of those down here as well. So yeah, if you have to get it totally removed, and you have to get the stump removed, the hardness of the tree is going to dictate the price. If it also is in the backyard, you need a smaller stump grinder. Otherwise, they have to remove a part of the fence to get a larger stump grinder back there. But if it's a big stump and hardwood, it could take all day with a smaller stump grinder. It could take a little bit of a day or all day with a smaller stump grinder, a little bit a day with a larger stump grinder, but you do have to remove the fence. The SC30TX, I got one of those. Mine's painted green. The thing's a workhorse. It's probably the best investment I ever made, aside from putting a nail in the wall.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think we all need to make a pact that at least one person has got to ask like a tree question every Tuesday as a way to like say thank you and give back to you for all this time. Because I saw your face light up in that little moment of happiness getting to talk trees. So I feel like we should all give you a chance to talk trees just to like say thank you for all that you taught us.
This call just took a turn.
That's pretty much tree service in a nutshell, man, is that if it's not over a fence, not over your house, not over a kid, not over a pool, it's pretty straightforward, especially if it's in the front yard. But if it's in the backyard,
every time you get to
it's more
talk trees, I
expensive.
see, man, you get a little excited, like, oh,
Yeah.
you get to talk
I
trees.
was kind of actually wondering something the other day because I know you are in that business. Do you have a green thumb? I know some people have it and some people don't. Is that kind of what, like, did you just get into that because of strictly it was a good business, or did you kind of have some sort of green thumb to start with?
My green thumb
Those
counts
green-
money.
Green money, exactly.
That's what because it's not really a green thumb. You're not really planting, but at the same time, it kind of falls in that category. Yeah, I was just curious.
Tech, I got a question for you.
All right,
Tech,
what we
are
got?
you a
Trails
certified
cleaning?
I
arborist?
remember you saying that you're helping, you would teach people how to do listings, but they would have to work for you for a week. I know you're being sarcastic about that, but like, there's not anybody that's like, I want to fly out to Florida and work for you for a week just so you can help me for 10 minutes. Or is that's straight sarcasm?
The joke was Chris wants to do a big Reseller Nirvana Facebook group convention.
Oh, okay.
And the joke is it's a 7-day convention. The first 6 days you work on the tree crew. The 7th day we work on eBay. And that 7th day, everyone will want to work on eBay and hit their listing goal rather than go back out and work on the tree crew in the middle of August.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I heard someone ask if I was a certified arborist. I've never been a certified arborist. However, the head guys are always certified arborists. So I just pay for them to take the test, pay for them to take the class. They take the test, they take the class, they get the job done. Because when you are doing a job, technically speaking, you have to have a certified arborist on site. And I'm not on site. So for me to sit at home as a certified arborist and a bunch of yahoos are cutting down trees, that doesn't do us any good. But if the head guy is an arborist and the city comes, then we're covered. So my guy Joseph, certified, Everest certified, and that's good enough. So Rachel says she has wood chipper. Wood chipper's a hard job because you have to drag the branches. That's the hardest job. I will tell you this. A good social experiment I did for a long time was whenever I worked on the tree crew, I would always take the low man, the hardest job, whether it's dragging branches, raking up, cleaning after it. And the disrespect I used to get from homeowners, I was lower on the totem pole than a dog. But after the job, when I came up and asked if my guys did a good job and asked for the check, their whole attitude changed towards me. I had their respect. They wanted to ask me questions. They wanted to know about all the equipment. But when I was pushing a rake and I was doing manual work, I was lower than a dog to those people. And that is reality, and that is life. There's a lot of people that walk around every day that are lower than a dog to most people, and it's unfortunate. But I enjoyed every second of it. I had a guy absolutely destroy me. And then when I asked him for a big check, he almost fainted because he had to swallow all of his words and he had to write me to check. And he felt probably like a horrible human being.
So who made the sale? Because normally when that happens, you know, you make the sale and you send your crew, so they would know already it's you, right? So unless you have like a salesperson that would do the sale, and then you just show up and then you collect.
Well, sometimes if there were like two estimates on the same day, I would do one and Ever would do one. So if Ever did the job, they always assumed like it was Ever's company. And I would go over there and I would push the rake and I would like drag the biggest branches and like bust my ass. And they would always assume like Ever, it's his company or he's the jefe. And the jefe gets all the respect. The guy on the bottom gets no respect from the homeowner. And at the end of the job, the guy who is dragging the branches asks for the check, make it out to me. They sing a different tune.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's how it goes. All right. Any more questions? Question from Dave.
There is question about the ants,
Hmm?
like the big fat ants on the trees. Do they kill the trees?
Carpenter ants? Yeah, sometimes because they hollow out the tree and the tree could fall over.
Because I have some by my tree, by my house. I'm debating if can you kill them so that they don't kill the tree?
You could try, but if they're already in there, they're already nesting, and the tree is somewhat hollow on the inside. They're not just in there hanging out. They live in there.
Yeah. Because it's close to the house.
Yep. So
But
as a
it's-
person who cuts down trees, I would highly recommend you get a full tree removal and cut it down. Call a professional.
Okay.
And that's a
Thank you.
person that cuts down trees. So I recommend cutting down all trees that are close to the house that have ants inside of them. All right. Dave, question?
Yeah, thanks for letting me ask. I am relatively new to the group and absolutely new at selling on eBay, though I'm old, so I'm not new to e-commerce. So I wanted to, when I'm starting this out, I wanted to see what an example of a good customer experience was, because you talk about that a lot. So I ordered from your store.
Great.
And it was a good customer experience. I got the very communicative, you sent it quickly. But my question is that inside the package, you got a little thank you note thing. And I haven't done mine yet. So I'm like kind of using you as an example of what to do.
Okay.
And at the bottom, it says, message me with coupon code, and you give a code to receive a certain percentage off your next purchase. How did you pick that percentage? Does everybody get the same thing? Do people really message you? And just because I will say, I do get a lot of or not a lot, but I do get coupons from you still, which are more than what this this thank you card says on it. So I'm just like trying to figure out what I should put on mine.
All right. So that code there is before they introduced the coupons that you can make on eBay. So I ordered those cards on like 25,000. So they recently, a couple months ago, enabled the ability for us to have our own coupons on eBay. So once I run out of those cards, I'm going to switch over to the coupon that I have on eBay that you receive via email that is more aggressive. So on eBay, you can go into the promotions tab, and one of the options is to set up a coupon. There's two coupons that you can do. One is a public coupon, and that is the coupon that appears at the top of your listing that says, super great day, 20% off. That is an immediate savings. If a buyer clicks the buy it now item, they cannot stack this coupon on a best offer or any other coupon or offer. If they click buy it now, they can receive an instant 20% off through your public coupon that's on the listing. Or you could do a private coupon. So a private coupon is what I would put on your communication. And the private coupon I would make so it doesn't expire for a long time. And usually eBay will let you set that one out for up to 2 years. If you want to do it for 1 year, 1 month, whatever, it's totally up to you. But if you are going to make communication and send out communication for that coupon, it should probably be more geared towards a longer term than a shorter term. So you can make a private coupon, which is not visible on eBay, but your private coupon can be visible on your communication, which might say, special private code, 40% off to encourage, repeat shoppers. So in the private code option, they receive the communication, they buy an item from you. And when you buy an item on the lower left, it's going to have a field for you to enter a coupon code. Since that private code is on eBay's back end of your account, they enter the code, super duper savings, and they will receive 40% off through that communication that you sent them that lines up with your public coupon on the back end of eBay. So that's what I'm going to do when I run out of those flyers. I'm going to put my private coupon on the flyer. So that way people don't have to message me for the savings. Before they had the coupons, you had to message me for the savings, but now we can just put a private coupon code and they don't have to message you. Just say, hey, here's a private coupon code. I appreciate your business for repeat shoppers. Enter this coupon code at checkout, enter this private coupon code at checkout, and you will receive 20% off or whatever you have it, whatever you deem it. So that's how I would use the communication. So a couple of ways how you can use the coupon is that you can have the public coupon. You can send out coupons to buyer groups. You can have the newsletter, which you mentioned that you receive, that comes with, a little flyer for the storefront and then a coupon code. And then you can have that private coupon. So if you want to maximize all of those are all the things that you have to do is public coupon, private coupon, coupon to buyer groups, which sends them out in bulk to all of your previous shoppers. And then do the newsletter, which also sends them out in bulk to everyone that follows your store.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Next question.
So they cannot combine the private coupon with the public coupon, right?
Correct. And if you go to this link, which I have bookmarked and you guys should too, it gives you the details for the coupon. I put it in the chat, and the details for the coupon. It gives you all the limitations. Only applies to the purchase, doesn't apply to shipping. When multiple items are purchased, the discount is on a cost-weighted basis. Eligible items don't include the warranties or the protections plan, so you cannot use the coupon on warranty or protection plan. And this is the biggest one that most customers get confused on. Coupon does not apply to auction style listings, purchases made through best offer or seller offer. They only apply to full price offers. So purchases through best offer or seller offer, and they don't apply to real estate, motor vehicle, coins, and currency category. One coupon per transaction. So that takes away the ability to use two coupons like Mimi asked. Only good in the United States. Some people have a minimum purchase or eligible items, and the unused difference of the coupon, that's it. Cannot be combined with any other coupon, any site discount, any rebate, any promotion, or any of the PayPal easy payments or gift cards. After the coupon is over, it's over, and the seller can cancel the coupon at any time, and any refund you may be entitled to will not be included in the coupon or its redemption value. You will receive no more towards the purchase. So if the item was $20, you gave them a $2 off, 10% savings, they can't expect you a full refund back of $20. They can only expect a refund back of $18. And then here is the legalities of the coupon. So I put the coupon link in the chat. I suggest everyone to bookmark that. So that way, when they have questions, they can tell the customer exactly what's going on. So PJR says, what can I do about scam bots that want to buy an item and then say, text me at this number to respond to questions? So if you're a new eBay seller, like under 10 feedback, usually you do get those scammers that try to take advantage of newer sellers. It's something that happens to all the newer sellers, but once you get a couple sales under your belt, those people leave you alone and you'll never have to worry about them. So unfortunately, if that does happen, you just have to let the item time out, unpaid item case, and then relist the item. Never message or communicate with a buyer outside of eBay. Mike, question?
Yeah, I just got a question on a return. If someone does a return request, it's an INAV reason, and they don't return it, I think it's usually like 20 some days eBay gives them once they start that return that they have to ship it before they will close it out eventually. How does that work with an INET if they don't end up returning it? Do I still get docked for that defect, right? Even though they never never sent it back, and never received it. Because typically we report them if they send it back, if it's a false reason. But how does that work if they never ship it back? I mean, do you still get hit with that? And then how could you report that after the fact if they close it out automatically?
All right, so what you want to do, I put the link in the chat. You want to go to that page, your service metrics page, and it shows like a thermometer with what your percent of item not described returns are. On the bottom left-hand corner, if you click download report, it's going to give you a report that shows you which items are being counted as item not as described. If you scroll all the way to the right-hand side of that Excel sheet, it will say whether or not it's counted towards your seller performance. If it is, then you can report the buyer using the tutorial that Michelle made in the Facebook group. And I'll post that also. And follow that tutorial, watch that video that Michelle made. And inside of there, it also shows you exactly how to find out which ones are counted, and then how to report the buyer, and hopefully how to get those removed.
And that report only shows ones within that time period, right? Your active time period. Because when I switched it to the future, the next 3-month period, it wouldn't allow me to download that report. It only let me do it in the active 3 months.
Well,
for service metrics.
Well, how can you download a report in the future for item not as described that you have not received yet?
Good point. I just assume that I just assume once they start an INAD, right?
Yeah.
That it automatically is gonna, you know what I mean? It's gonna go
Yeah.
to not your current 3-month metric, but it'll hit because it's kind of behind, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the 3-month metric we're in right now is what, February through March or
Exactly.
something. It's
Yeah.
bizarre.
So the forecasted one is like, here's where you average out to be if everything remains the same. So it's just telling you, are you trending upwards, trending downwards, or trending the same?
Okay.
So
And typically you would never get docked a fee essentially until you get over 10, right? Is when they could potentially hit you if you get into a high.
okay,
Get into
so
that high level.
yeah, so under 10 item not as described, your percentage can be very easily skewed with 1 or 2 or 3 item not as described. That's why they give you a grace period of 10. After 10, if you are assessed item not as described percentages that are too high, then you will be assessed the fee, which is now 6% additional final value. But under 10, it's too easy to skew the results with like if you had 2 and one of them was false item not as described, you have a 50% false item not as described. So you would be assessed the 6% penalty if that was the case. So they do give you 10. They do fall off based on your evaluation period, whether it's one year or 3 months. And that is based on your total sales. If you sell 400 items within 90 days, you will be assessed on the 3-month period. If you sell under 400 items in 90 days, you will be assessed on the 1-year period. So it's very much more forgiving to be assessed under the 3-month period because they fall off quicker. So it is best to get those 400 sales and get those item not as described to fall off. And as the more you sell, your percentage goes down because each item not as described is not weighted as heavy as if you had 100 sales, because then 12 would put you maybe in bad news. But if you had 1,000 sales, 44, you could be totally fine because the percentage works out in your favor, just as an example. So
I got
yeah.
a couple false ones hit, and that's why. And I've been selling it. It's like 1,400, 1,300 now in a 3-month period. So like you said, it doesn't impact you as much, but I've never been up in that yellow area. So I'm just getting a little nervous that the ones that are getting reported as false are actually going to get removed. And I've been checking that report. So I don't want to hit that threshold. I don't want to pay 6%. But
yep.
No. And
So
the other thing is gonna. Oh God.
So yeah, just go through and report those, and use the link that I put that has Michelle's video on how to exactly report the buyer. And if it is, under the parameters to report them, go ahead and do it. They do have people that look over it manually. And if they deem that it was a misuse of returns, they will remove the defect. It does take several weeks usually.
The other thing I was just going to quick ask too is, I know I hopped on late, so you guys were just talking about the cutting down trees and stuff, but have you ever considered, I know you give us a lot of time on this call, but just doing like maybe a one-time call for reinvesting into other things outside of eBay? I mean, you've been an entrepreneur there's so many things you've done, right? And overall the podcast, I've kind of pieced together with your PC business that rolled into eBay and all that, but like, was your tree business first, or was it grass cutting, or how did that all, you know what I mean? Like, how did you, what point did you decide I'm going to start pulling money? And when did those ideas start to morph? And then obviously, I mean, you got into a whole skew of businesses that all tie together, right? That makes sense. But
yeah,
I'd be so interested to hear when you started to decide reinvesting out was going to be into your real estate and stuff like that. I'd be curious. I mean, we're going to be doing that sooner than later. And
yeah, I hope everyone does that sooner than later, because that's really my whole mission of why I sell on eBay, is so I can turn a couple dollars into a lot of dollars and then redeploy them elsewhere. Nowadays is more towards real estate and more towards passive things. So for the way how the trees and the lawn care started is, one of my friends, they worked for a lawn care company, and they told me all the money the guy's making, they're doing great, this and that. So, we bought some equipment, started a route. He ran that we bought the trailer, you know, not all great equipment up front, but it was due because I had more eBay money than I could possibly reinvest back into the business. So, you know, if you're at, let's say 30 a day, and I think at that time, I think I made like $207,000 profit. It's hard to reinvest back all of that money. So I was just stacking money in the bank. Had a couple dollars in the bank, went out and bought, you know, a mower, some, you know, 2-cycle equipment, weed eaters, stuff like that, edger. Bought a little crappy trailer, a little crappy truck, started a little lawn route. But again, used eBay money to reinvest into better equipment, better trailer, better experienced guys. Started adding more accounts, more lawns, some corporate accounts. Got tired of telling people, no, we don't do tree work. So to be fully honest, we started doing illegal tree work in the beginning, unlicensed tree work, figuring out as we went. And then eventually we became licensed, we became legit, we bought all the equipment, got the insurance, got the license, got a designated crew for that, because we already had at that time over 100 houses that we were cutting, and every house has multiple trees. And instead of them asking us, do we cut down trees, and us saying, no, we're going to throw the job to this other guy, and this other guy taking the job, we started doing trees. We did the easy ones first. We graduated up to, you know, more difficult jobs, and now we do very difficult jobs. But that was like an extension because we already had the customer base, because every yard that grows grass also grows trees. And our city is very strict, and you have to get your trees trimmed. Otherwise they fine you, or they give you a violation against the code. So it's never ending business for the trees. So we would show up to a house and they would go, oh, I just got, you know, code enforcement just rolled by, I have to trim my trees. And we would go, well, we don't trim trees, but you know, this guy Danny does, so we're going to toss the job to Danny. Danny will be over. Danny was like a grade a-hole, and like he never really cut us our percentage for the deal. So, you know, we just cut him out, and we eventually started doing the easiest jobs, and we eventually figured it out. So once we had the tree crew rolling, pretty much every yard that grows grass also has sprinklers. Sprinklers break if you look at them wrong. So instead of telling customers that, you know, we don't do sprinklers, but, you know, this guy Eric does sprinklers, we started learning how to do sprinklers, and then became licensed in sprinklers. And, you know, now we have, you know, 300 houses. They all have sprinklers. They all have trees. They all have grass. And now 150 of our 300 houses also have pools. You could start a pool service for like under $2,000 or $3,000, since we already had the existing customer base with 150 houses that also have pools. We went through the Rolodex and called every single house with a pool and let them know that we also do pools. How much is your pool guy charging you? We have great news. We could do it for $10 less, and we can simplify your billing by you only paying one bill, not a separate lawn bill, not a separate pool bill. We'll do it for $10 less. You'll have savings. You pay one bill. Simple for everybody. We converted a ton of pools. And that's pretty much how all of those got up and running. And, you know, now we have a little pressure cleaning thing. We have 300 houses. We have a couple hundred more tree accounts, and they all have roofs. They all need pressure cleaning. The city hits everyone for pressure cleaning. Pressure cleaning is a job or a company also that you can start for like $3,000. You can get a commercial pressure cleaner for like under $2,000, and you can get a Ford Ranger and a $400 trailer from Home Depot for about another $1,500. You're all in $3,000. Every job minimum $500. Some jobs $1,000. Some jobs $1,500. You literally pay for the whole business on one job, and you're profitable from there on out. All you have to do is pay for labor and chemicals. And at $500, you toss a guy $150 to, you know, stand on a roof all day. You throw $50 at chemicals. You make $300 on a half-day job. And you make $100,000 just by doing $500 jobs that take a half day. And it's very, very low to start, very low maintenance, not very difficult. And by having that customer base of 300 accounts, we automatically, there was no risk in starting a sprinkler company. There was no risk in trying to do pools. There's no risk in doing pressure cleaning, because we already have 300 customers that are calling us and asking us, or that we can call them, or we can simply put a stamp on their bill that we put in the mailbox that says, hey, BIM, we now do pressure cleaning. We're happy to give you a great deal. Call us now. And by doing that, by putting that marketing out, by just buying a rubber stamp, now 300 people know that you do pressure cleaning, or 300 people know you do pools, or 300 people know you do sprinklers or trees or whatever you wanted to do as an extension. So for the clothing, it's the same thing. The extension of the clothing was the brick and mortar store. The extension of clothing is wholesale. To an extent, the extension of clothing is doing this group. So everything, once you have the customers, you can add on and immediately take your risk to zero because it's profitable from day one. So since I did have a little bit of a social media following 3 or 4 years ago when I opened up the brick and mortar store, and I did know a lot of people around here that were interested in vintage, interested in clothing, I was able to spread the word by $0 advertising, just through simple word of mouth. Hey, I'm opening a store, spread the word. And I think all in, racks, countertop, cash register, decorations, I think it was $8,000. All in, first day, I was profitable on the brick and mortar store. It got me out of all of my investment, all of my overhead. We did over $10,000 on the first day. After the first day, the brick and mortar store became profitable. So people, you have to have contacts. Contacts will give you money. We have 300 people on the lawn crew, or 300 accounts on the lawn crew. All of those people will give you money for other opportunities that you do pass along to them. If it is a good deal, if you can save them money, if you can make their lives more simple. So that's what I've always done, and that's what I do. And in addition to that, I massively overpay 1 or 2 people, and by massively overpaying them, they make sure that everything gets done properly, and it reduces the amount of time that I physically have to do it. So pre-COVID, I didn't do that. I was hands-on with everything because I thought, like, I have to be there, otherwise the whole thing is going to fall apart. But when COVID hit, I kind of took like an involuntary step back. And during that time, I did give a lot of people raises. And that was probably the best thing that ever happened. So the guy Ever, he makes like doctor money, but I don't have to go out there and drag trees. He does all the estimates, and the tree service is still alive without me going out there. Carlo, he runs the lawn crew. Steven runs the store. I've never had to work the store a single second. So I think if you overpay one person, because for the tree crew, since Ever was the main guy, if Ever decided to leave or start his own company or go to another tree service, I'm literally out of business because all of my eggs were in his basket because he's the best guy I've ever found. He's the cutter. He's the guy that goes up into the trees. You can always find somebody to drag a branch. You cannot replace Ever. There's no way you can replace Ever. So if I don't want to replace Ever, I need to pay him so much money that he never has any thoughts of ever leaving me. And at this point, he has 0 thoughts of leaving me because he makes pretty much doctor money. So like same thing, like if Steven left, like, yeah, I can hire somebody else, but like for a period of time, it would be way more hands-on for me for the brick and mortar store. But now with Steven there, like I pay Steven a lot of, he gets paid, I think over $25 an hour, but like and for his job of like sitting in a store, selling stuff on a camera, ringing up a cash register, like you guys only know Steven from the computer, but like he's a pretty solid dude. So like I've never had to show up 1 second into the brick and mortar store. Everything is on the racks. The store is clean, but I pay Steven $25 an hour, which is great money for a guy like Steven. Like Steven can't make $25 an hour anywhere else. Steven will never leave. He's a lifer. Ever I hope never leaves. He's a lifer. Carlo, it's his brother. I hope he never leaves. He's a lifer. Their dad also works for us. I overpay the dad. If I keep the dad happy, if I keep Carlo happy, if I keep Ever happy, ain't nobody going anywhere. And their whole crew is all cousins, nephews, brothers, brother-in-laws. So I got lucky on that aspect where they have a humongous family. And whenever we need a new hire, Ever takes care of it because they go to a birthday party literally every weekend and they just get somebody new. So like there is that different dynamic where also me as a boss, I can't go in there and like discipline them the same way that Ever and Carlo and the dad can discipline, because there's a family dynamic where like Ever is the top dog of that whole family dynamic. And like whatever Ever says, that's what goes. There is no questioning. But like if I say it, I'm a boss. But like Ever, he's the top dog of that like hierarchy of the family. And he holds it down. He's a great guy. Could not be happier with him. But literally, if Ever left, I would be out of business tomorrow. If Carlo left, I think we can find somebody to step up. But if Ever left, I would seriously close all the companies tomorrow. I cannot do it without him. And I pay Ever like $500 a day. And during hurricane season, he makes $1,000 a day if we're deployed doing hurricane cleanup. So Ever makes a tremendous amount of money for a guy who he came over here legally from El Salvador, but he didn't graduate high school. But had he graduated high school, he'd probably be like a CEO of some company. He's brilliant. But for a guy who came from a third world country, who did not graduate high school, making $500 a day, he's doing pretty good for himself.
So did you cash flow? Sorry. So did you, what I was going to ask you too is, did you cash flow each of those endeavors with eBay money fully, or did you ever take debt on your businesses? You seem like the kind of guy that always cash flow.
I've never taken out a loan of any capacity outside for the home loan. Everything has been cash flow through the bank of eBay. I have never, every piece of equipment that I bought, everything has been paid for either through eBay money or through money that was generated through the business.
You're extremely profitable right off the bat then.
That's what I try to do. I try to keep my costs extremely low. And I try to be, like for the brick and mortar store, we were cash flow positive within the first 6 hours of the store being open. We haven't looked back. There are times where, like if I had to buy a bucket truck and that thing was like $80,000, I saved up eBay money or saved up, tree service money, and then we bought the truck. But like, no debt, no loans. I'm naive when it comes to that aspect of running a business and growing a business. There is a different school of thinking where, you can take on capital. And maybe if I did take off capital, maybe I'd have, a $500 tree service. I don't know. But the way that I did it, we're comfortable. I don't owe anybody anything. And if I wanted to sell a bucket truck today because I got in a jam, I can sell that thing within 15 minutes for $50,000, and all of that money will come in my pocket. And I sleep much better at night knowing that I don't have a bunch of outstanding debt everywhere. So once, everything is running good and you still have money coming over, that's where I would start to buy property. And I always bought property up by where my mom lives because it's much cheaper than down here in South Florida. And so, eventually it gets to a point. And for me, as like a human being, I had oats for breakfast, which I think are 35 cents. I had chicken noodle soup, which I think is $1.80. And I had a salad that was $6.99. So me as a human being, I spent $10 today, and I have 12 or 13 businesses that spit off a crazy amount of money every single day. So a lot of money goes to the bank, and a lot of money is available to redeploy because I have no debts to pay off. Everything that goes to the bank stays in the bank. And I've never increased my lifestyle. I never went out and bought a Lamborghini. Have 4 T-shirts, and my whole game is just trying to multiply the money, invest it into assets. That's the game.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's my game. Other people's games are different, but that's my game. That's my scoreboard. Every 10th of the month, I calculate the net worth, and my net worth is based on all the assets that I've accumulated. That's the ultimate scoreboard. The scoreboard is not anything else outside of ultimate net worth and multiplying money, turning it into assets. That is my holy grail, and that's what I look for. And as do I ever go on vacations? I've not taken a day off in over 15 years.
Before you leave this, because I don't want you to end up going backwards, and I know I'm so sorry, Aaron and Jody, but just right before you leave this, do you how did you get to your first $100,000? Like, was that particularly difficult for you to get there? And like, how did you get to that point? Because everyone talks about the first $100,000 is so difficult to get to. What was that journey like for you?
I don't remember, man. I gotta think.
And actually, let me just add a little bit of that if I can. So with all the knowledge that you have as far as like, investing and stuff, and today, if you were to start, you have $10,000 in your bank account, how would you reinvest that? What would you do with that to get to the level that's you are right now? Does that make sense?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I mean, I'm just asking you, like, with the knowledge that you have right now, you were to start from the bottom and that you have 10,000. Let's say like a 10,000. What would you do with it?
It depends. Do you want to go out and work in the sun? If so, get a pressure cleaner, and you could be profitable on your first job if pressure cleaning is a real business in your area. In South Florida, we all have tile roofs, so they all turn black no matter what color they are. Orange, doesn't matter, they turn black, and they need to be pressure cleaned off. But I don't know if shingle roofs up north do pressure cleaning, so I don't know. It depends on your area. I would try to find a business where it's very low investment, like a pool service. You need a Ford Ranger and you need the Shark, and the Shark is like, I think it was $1,200, and I think the Ford Ranger, I think it was $1,000, so like $2,200 unlocked hundreds of thousands of dollars. After the first couple of days, you've paid off all your equipment for the business. Same for the pressure cleaning. You do not pay off all your equipment for the business in the first couple of days for a lawn crew. Lawn equipment is very, very expensive. Chainsaws are very expensive. Chainsaws break pretty much every single day. Diesel mechanics are very expensive. If you had $10,000, I would reinvest it back into your business. I would buy more Hokas, and I would get to the level, like Isaiah said, is get to 100,000. Because with $100,000, then you can start leveraging your money a little bit more. Maybe you could buy a piece of real estate. $100,000 can buy you $500,000 of real estate. Interest rates are still pretty low, but with $100,000, you could buy $500,000 of real estate. $500,000 of real estate will probably be around $3,400 a month mortgage. If it is, maybe you can qualify for an FHA loan where you have to put as little down as 3.5% or 5%. And then with $20,000 at 5%, you could buy something, you could leverage your money much easier. But with an FHA loan, you can't do commercial. It has to be residential. A residential property is 4 units or under. So you can get a quadplex, triplex, duplex, or a single family home. If I was going to get a piece of rental property, I would do an FHA loan on a quadplex. Per rules, you have to live in one side or one unit for 1 year. One way or another, one unit has to stay vacant. After that, you're free to move, and then you can rent out that other unit. But if you can totally maximize an FHA loan for a 4 unit, rent out the 3, then rent out the 4th, you can get all your money back in a relatively short period of time. Of course, there might be PMI insurance, but the people who live in the duplex or the quadplex, they're paying off the PMI, so that doesn't really matter. Eventually, you can get to the point where you're able to raise the rent or make some improvements, or the property appreciates in value. You could go back to the bank and you can refinance. You could do potentially what's called a cash out refinance, where some banks will give you 70%, 80% loan to value. You could pull all of your money out, especially your initial investment. And technically speaking, you'll have $0 of your money into the asset. And then that would be an infinite return, because you have no money in the asset because the bank has refinanced you. If the bank refinances you, the refinance money is not a taxable event. So if you have, let's say, a $500,000 piece of property that is now worth $800,000, you put $100,000 down, you've either improved it, you've raised the rents, or the property has appreciated. You can get a 70%, 80% loan to value. They give you, I don't know, round numbers off the top of my head, let's say they give you $300,000. You only put down $100,000. You've cash flowed the property for a couple of years. That $300,000 comes back to you, non-taxable event. However, you have refinanced the property, so your mortgage is different, but you have $300,000 now, tax-free, and now you can go out and buy 3 more $500,000 properties at $100,000 each. Do the same thing over and over again. You never have to sell a property. You can refinance, cash out. And then if you do want to sell the property, you can always do a 1031 exchange. They are talking about changing the law, but as it stands now, as long as you level up and buy a more expensive property, you will pay no capital gains on the sale of your original property. So if you have a $500,000 property, you sell it for $700,000. That's not a good example. You sell it for $900,000. If you buy a property for $900,001, or let's say $1 million, you pay no capital gains on the $400,000 profit, as long as you do a 1031 exchange. With a 1031 exchange, you have to identify the property within 45 days, and then you have to close on the property very quickly. If you do not, you lose the opportunity to do a 1031, and then you will have to pay capital gains on your profit.
You left out the depreciation part.
You can depreciate. You can also do cost segregation. There's a lot of other things. Depreciation can help you with taxes, but the best bang for the buck, if you are going to get depreciation, is to become a quote real estate professional. To become a real estate professional is kind of difficult for most people, because you have to spend over 50% of your time dedicated to real estate. If you do run a business like me, I run a business. So I am not technically a real estate professional, so I cannot capitalize on depreciation as much as someone who is a dedicated real estate professional. So that's why, like I said a couple of weeks ago, what is my main goal? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to produce $0 as a human being. Why am I trying to do $0 as a human being? Because my main focus is not running a business, and I can become a real estate professional. And once you become a real estate professional, your depreciation on your properties can then offset your other income. And that's why people like Donald Trump, no politics aside, that's why people like Donald Trump does not want to release his tax returns, because he is a real estate professional and he pays 0 taxes because he writes off the depreciation. But that's within the rules. Say what you want. As long as everyone follows the rules, doesn't matter your political affiliation or what people think of you. If you follow the rules, you follow the rules. And I hope one day, and I hope one day for everybody, you're able to follow the rules and you're able to step down your tax liabilities by following the rules. So I am by no means an expert on real estate. I am an expert on eBay. I'm happy to give eBay advice, but as far as real estate advice, I'm not an expert on real estate. I'm trying to figure it out myself. But that's pretty much what I spend a lot of my time doing, is locating and evaluating deals, because I have some money to be redeployed into these assets that, again, can be depreciated on one side while they also appreciate. So you can offset all of your profits that you made on the rent while they also gain in value. And then as they do gain in value, whether you make improvements, raise the rent, or they do just appreciate naturally, you can go back to the bank and you can get a cash out refinance, which is 100% non-taxable. So the big players are doing cash out refinances for $100 million. They get $100 million from the bank, 100% non-taxable event. And that is how rich people get rich. So,
Did you learn most of that just kind of from books and the internet, or do you have like some mentor friends or other guys in real estate that you learned some of this from?
I have no mentors. No one has ever given me any sort of lead or any sort of help or any sort of kiss my ass or any sort of nothing. If I had that, or like if my dad was like a successful person, it might be scary, like how successful I could be. But I've had to learn everything by myself. And I will tell you, the person that I learned the most about real estate from is on YouTube. He's hard to swallow at first, but once you get past it, Grant Cardone has taught me pretty much everything that I learned about real estate via his Monday real estate shows. Huge wealth of knowledge, a little bit in your face as a marketer, but he taught me pretty much everything I know about real estate on his real estate Monday shows.
Do you ever invest in syndications with him or any of the other people who have syndications?
Do what?
Do you ever invest in syndications with him or anyone else that has syndications?
No, I don't know enough about it, honestly. And you can get a better return on doing your own deal, but your own deal, you have to do your own work. So, I don't know much about syndications. It's kind of like the same thing as a stock market or a fund. And I'm pretty much like anti-syndication and anti-fund.
Yeah. Anytime you're getting into like a syndication or a fund, person running it's going to get most of the money because they're going to get the management fee. That's how that works on Wall Street. Like all the times that they show you all the money that you're going to make by putting your like 401k in mutual funds, like you ain't going to get shit. It's going to be the guys getting managed the management fees. And then the other big risk that you have when you get into those kind of weird structures is finding out in 15 years it was actually a Ponzi and you don't actually have any money left. But Grant Cardone is the shit. I recommend his 10X book and his Be Obsessed or Be Average book. If you are having a problem like staying motivated to do your listings, just listen to Grant Cardone in your ears while you're taking photos. He'll kick you in the ass, get you going.
Yeah, he's a little in your face, which may not be for everybody, but I can only recommend the Real Estate Made Easy Monday shows. They are very, very educational for me personally. All the other stuff might be a little difficult to get past for some folks, but the Real Estate Made Easy one is pretty PG, pretty straightforward, and small portions of it, he's trying to like sell you his syndicate or whatever. But if you just look past that, it teaches you a lot about real estate.
Something that came to mind with your process of growing all of your businesses is it seems like it's the same process, just magnified, right? Like with the Sidekick, you sell one, you buy two. With the thrift store, with your brick and mortar, you paid off the same day. And to me, that's really interesting. That on some level, it seems like the same thing, just on a bigger scale. And I thought of a potential name for your future book. We call it Sidekick Millionaire.
I don't know. Someone else will have to write that one. I ain't writing no book.
Yeah.
What do we got? We got Jody.
Hiya, high tech. Someone just left me a neutral feedback and it was based on a photo that she said that the stripes were bigger in the picture than they are in real life.
Okay.
But then I just checked her feedback that she's left for other people and she's just leaving negative and neutral feedback. But then she just sent me photos of one close-up photo and then one photo about 3 meters away. But then she's just purchased other stuff. So I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know.
So first you want to block them.
Yep.
Second, you want to call eBay and say, look, this is what this is. Tell them to look at the feedback that they left for everybody else. Okay. That's an okay way to snitch, Isaiah. And then let them know you have 30-day free returns. They may want you to offer, to say, hey, offer the buyer to return the item. In that case, send the buyer a message and say, hey, you're more than welcome to return the item. I offer free returns. But you can find a rep if you do have free returns that will remove that feedback and maybe mention to them, say, look, this buyer only leaves negative feedbacks. They've purchased more items from me. I don't feel comfortable doing these transactions. You may get the green light for them to go ahead and cancel those. If you do get the green light for them to go ahead and cancel those, just have them put it down into the notes of the call. That way, if you do have to call them back on any other issues, you can revert back to those notes. But call eBay, let them know that the item was accurately described, let them know about your return policy, let them know that the buyer only leaves negatives, and let them know that you're trying your best to accurately describe the items.
So I've got 60-day returns, and she's just left this feedback prior to contacting me. But then she's ordered another item now that's going to have to be sent out by tomorrow.
Yep.
I mean, look, she's not just leaving, like she bought 3 items the other day. She left 2 good feedback and 1 negative, or 1 neutral. So I'm just kind of like, but then she said that she's using my products to make them into other things. And she said that someone cancelled an order on her. So I'm kind of like happy to cease the relationship.
Call
with
eBay.
her.
Call
Cool.
eBay. Let them know, especially that, that thing where, she's buying from you to sell to somebody else. And now that person canceled, the item that she bought from you doesn't work for her anymore. That's a pretty easy feedback to get removed, I think. If the first rep doesn't do it, call another rep. But I think you can find a rep to remove that feedback, especially if you offer free returns.
And how do I actually block someone? I've never had to do that.
No problem. I'll give you the link. And if I were everyone else, I would bookmark this link. And I have all these links bookmarked. That's why whenever someone asks a question, I can pull it up. Bingo, bingo. So you follow that link, you add their username. If you want to add more than one user, you just have to separate them by a comma. Once you add the username, click update, and you'll get a big green banner at the top that says your buyer block list has been updated.
Okay. And just one other question. So when the first transaction has been done with an eBay client, do we have the right to their email address to go into our databases? No?
Not anymore.
No. Okay. I was just thinking about what you were saying about other businesses and other businesses that I have as well. And I was just thinking, can I?
Yep. That's why eBay doesn't do it anymore.
Okay. But if you send out an item and you put something in their parcel and then they subscribe that way, that's okay?
Technically no, but that's kind of a gray area. But like if someone did leave you a negative feedback about that, how do you fight it? Because if they go, I don't appreciate getting solicited for your other business as their negative feedback, what do you do? So it's kind of a gray area because eBay doesn't know what you're sending out, but you do run a risk, maybe a very tiny risk of a customer getting mad about getting solicited for a different business through your eBay purchase. So that would be up to you, but eBay doesn't like you directing customers outside of eBay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. Thank you.
No problem. Aaron, question?
Yeah, can you hear me? All right. I'm looking to move now, and where I live right now is pretty rural. I want to go downstate. I was kind of curious, are you always in the same location you've always been from day one till now?
Same house, no, but like within 10 or 15 minutes of it, yeah.
Okay. Because my move is going to be about 300 miles probably. And I'm doing 30 a day now, no problem. My sales are going up every day. Every month I'm growing by 10, 15%, and I'm doing really good. But I'm kind of nervous about moving away, even though I know if I move to a bigger city, I'll find better things. But I'm debating right now if I want to stay here to just move. So I don't know. I guess
Pull the trigger. 300 miles is long.
Yeah, I know Thomas.
I don't know.
I only have
that
the
one.
other thing is I only have 1 year of eBay, like for income, and then if I want to get a mortgage on a house too, downstate. Oh yeah. All right. I was just curious to see if you're always stayed in the same place or you had to move your business before, because right now I'm in a storage unit and I'm starting to fill it up, and there's not where I'm at right now. There's not a lot of room, so I guess I gotta think about it.
I know a
I'm
guy
not
who
sure.
lived in a storage unit. So you could do that.
Was it you?
Maybe.
I don't know. Sorry. But I have a good flea market here, so I was always very reluctant to move far away because the flea market made me a lot of money. Plus, I like it over here. Taylor, question.
I got two questions. The first one is on eBay. We know that most people are good people, but as a follow-up question with Jody's, what are your criteria for blocking somebody? Who on eBay do you choose not to do business with?
Customers that return more than one item, even if it's 4 doesn't fit, because that tells me they don't read the description at all, so I block them. Customers that leave negative or neutral feedback, I block them. Customers that are difficult before they even buy an item, I block them. That's pretty much the 3 criteria.
Cool. Yeah, that seems practical.
Have you filled up your list of 5,000 yet?
No. It is funny though that a lot of the people on the block list have been banned from eBay because their usernames are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deleted. So like a lot of people are no longer on eBay, which is very good.
Does it show up in your ban list like as a deleted user?
Yeah, it'll say like it'll have a number and then it'll say deleted user. So that must be like this is the 487 billionth deleted user. So they've either been they've been kicked off of eBay is what happened, and maybe it was for being a bad seller, bad buyer, misusing some sort of terms of agreement, and they've been kicked off of eBay. So a lot of those people have been removed from the platform and they're no longer here.
Is there a way to see the list of names that you blocked?
No, not unless I share them.
Another question that I have for you, if you feel like sharing, is in regards to your sourcing and the people that bring you inventory. Hypothetically, if those relationships were to disappear or to go away, what would your process be for, or maybe a better way of phrasing this is, if you didn't have those relationships and you were starting from scratch, how would you go about building those business relationships? Do you go to the flea market and just say, hey, this is what I'm looking for? Do you play it chill? What's been your process for feeling out whether you can do business with somebody long term, for sourcing? And
what would I do?
Yeah,
I would make a story on my Instagram account that says who wants to make $100,000 a year by delivering me product. You can start tomorrow, and I would have 100 people in my inbox ready to take that deal.
Yeah,
there's no shortage of people that just want to find stuff and sell it.
Totally.
Especially to me. I'm like the hottest girl in town around here because like
totally
I can facilitate every single amount of item.
Yeah.
There's people that would love to sell to me.
Totally. What would you do if you didn't have the social media following, or what you did before when you went to the flea market? It's like I don't know. I tend to be rather forward with people, so I'd probably be like, hey,
all right.
I'm
So
looking to
at the
sell
flea
some
market,
stuff. What do you have?
At the flea market is where I met one of my best guys. His name is redacted because there's people that are close by. He's my best guy. I met him at the flea market. He would set up. I would buy a lot of his stuff. I would go about my day. He would come back. He would set up. I would buy a lot of stuff. I would go about my day. He would set up. I'd buy a lot of stuff. And I say, look, I'm buying a lot of stuff. Why don't you just call me first and let me get first pick on everything that's over here? And then he would call me up before he set up. I would look through everything before he put it out. I would buy a lot of stuff. And then eventually I just pretty much buy pretty much everything. And I said, look, why are you waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and paying for a spot? And then you don't leave until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm buying all the stuff. Just come to my house. And then comes to my house and I buy a lot of stuff. And eventually I buy everything. And eventually you just get only the items that I buy.
Yeah, that's solid.
That's it. That's all it takes. You go to the flea market, you buy a lot of stuff from the same people, and eventually you buy so much stuff, it's a waste of their time to go to the flea market. And they just come to your house, and eventually they just drop everything off Saturday morning at 5 o'clock. And you don't even have to talk to them. I haven't talked to any of these guys in months, several months.
Yeah.
I just leave the check outside.
I just want to second that.
That's how it goes.
That's exactly how, like, my best relationship happened at the flea market, was just buying regularly, consistently, not beating the people up. They're not delivering it to my house at this point, but now when I go, they have a huge van and they open the van and I unload the van. So I take out each bag that's going to go on the tables. I pick everything I want and then they grab it from me and put it out. So, and that just came from being nice and maybe spending more than other people also and doing that consistently. So exactly what Tech said. So it's a pretty sweet deal now because no one sees anything. I see everything first, which is pretty sweet.
So this is how it goes now. I just say, okay. I'm the green. I just say, okay.
Yeah.
Pulling up, I have this. Okay. Pulling up, I have this. Okay. Pulling up, I have this. Okay. I just leave the check out front. Okay. No problem. Okay.
That's something that came to mind when you were talking about how you pay one of your guys doctor money, right? Almost some of your success is that you're just giving everybody a good deal. You know, you pay your guy good money, they're getting a great deal. You give your customers a great deal, and you have all the business. You're making tons of money by giving everybody the best deal.
Well, I don't know. I know this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, within 24 hours, I think I sold close to 1,500 pieces of clothes alone between eBay, the brick and mortar store, and whatnot.
That's what's up.
In 24 hours. But I don't go around talk that talk. I don't go around say I'm making all the money. I'm fine with everyone assuming I'm a fool. I'm fine with that. Everyone thinks I'm a fool. I'm okay with that. Let me just sit over here and make my money and count my money. And let me be on the way. But I'll sell all the items. I'll get all the items. And you guys can wonder what's going on. And everyone around here, they can think I'm the fool. I'm okay with that. But I'll just be over here doing my thing. That's all I'm worried about.
Yeah. Solid.
So if everybody eats, everybody is loyal. And if everyone is loyal, you don't have nothing to worry about. And you can bet every single day people try to get my suppliers to work with them. But we have loyalty everywhere. Those guys are loyal to me to the end.
Yeah.
And they're not going anywhere. There's not 0.1% that's worried about those dudes leaving. It'll never happen.
Solid. Yeah.
Never happen. Because the thing that I'm proud of the most is that in the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of customers that I've dealt with and done business with on all aspects, not a single one of them can walk up to my son and tell him I'm a piece of shit and I did him wrong. And that's hard to find because 9 out of 10 people in this business are just that. And if you're loyal to people, people are loyal to you.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't worry about nothing. Because I've been on YouTube all this time, even all the stuff Chris went through. You
Yep.
see anyone throw
Yep.
my name in that?
Yep.
And I've done business with thousands of people in this industry. I do business with people you guys know if you're in the vintage game, but part of doing that is being the fool. Let them get the clout. That's their business. That's not my business. I don't care. If I'm out here showing all the cool stuff, showing all this, showing all that, that puts a dot on their back. Oh, you ain't out there finding that. You ain't out there doing this. Let me get all the money. You could get the clout. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
But if you're loyal to me, I'm loyal to you, just like you guys. If you guys are on my team, then we're good. But if you're not on my team, I got a big problem with that. I got a big problem with everybody who's not on my team.
For sure.
I'm a big team guy. If you're local and not on my team, your life is very difficult.
Nice.
Team Tech.
Your life is very difficult. And everybody knows. Chris knows. Everyone around here knows. Everyone I do business with knows. You make more money with me than without me. So these dudes can make more money with me, or they can make less money without me. And that's why I don't even have to worry. People go, aren't you scared they're going to keep all the grails? No. They make more money with me than without me. So yeah, hand over the $1,000 shirt for $5. Because if they want to hold that $1,000 shirt, they'll make less money. Because I'm not going to do business with them anymore. Because I can't just buy all the shirts that are $10. I need to make money too. Everyone making money, I need to make money. None of my guys are on Whatnot slinging shirts. The second one of my dudes show their face on Whatnot, adios. Everything got to come over to me because I'm the one spending all the money. Ain't none of them trying to get approved on Whatnot because they know that's short money. I got long money. I'm here forever.
Yeah.
And even when I do decide to quit, I already know I'm going to set everybody up so they're still going to be good. So loyalty is everything. Because if you have loyalty, then you have respect. And if people don't respect you, then they do you dirty. And it's same for the Facebook group. Everybody respects me, so everyone moves in a certain way. And they don't act crazy on the Facebook group.
Yeah.
So if you have loyalty and respect, you'll never fail. But if you guys didn't respect me, the Facebook group would be a complete catastrophe. But out of respect, you guys keep it clean.
It's beautiful. Like I don't know if you looked at any of the other Facebook groups, but I've looked at one of the eBay thrifters, and they were talking about shipping items in Pop-Tart boxes and never accepting offers. It's our group is beautiful. It's incredible. It really is.
But you know, in order to get respect, you have to give respect. So I don't respect anybody who doesn't give respect first.
Mm-hmm.
That's me personally.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people run around, especially local, talking all this talk, how they do all this stuff. And I don't even do that. So
Yeah.
I don't appreciate when that kind of stuff happens. But if you do the right thing is always the right thing. And you treat people with respect, people will treat you with respect. Customers, suppliers, buyers, people, even at the gas station. You open the door for them, on the way out, they'll open the door for you. If you slam the door on them, on the way out, they're going to do the same for you. And that's as expected. So, you know, if you carry yourself in a proper manner, you always do the right thing. Life has a funny way of making sure things work out for you.
It seems to be the same with relationships as it is with the business: quality and consistency.
Yeah, and even my guys, I'm not scared they're going to leave. We have loyalty.
Yeah,
they're all loyal to me, and I'm loyal to them. And they know if it came down to it, I'd cut them a check and I would go hungry if that's what it took. And those dudes would deny the check and make sure I was good. It's the same respect.
Yeah.
So you gotta have respect to people, and you gotta have loyalty from people. Otherwise, you can't really scale and do anything. And there's a reason why everyone I do business with, I've done business with for many, many, many years. I'm not doing business with a new person every day. Like, the person who works a lot of jobs is not a good worker. The person who does a lot of business with a lot of different people is not a good person to do business with. But people who do long-term business, those are solid people. If I was here every single week with a new supplier, that's a me problem. That means I screwed over somebody somewhere several times. But these dudes I've been working with for multiple years, they show up at the same time. Matter of fact, I had a problem with a guy on Friday. He's supposed to be here by 4 o'clock, no later. Something happened. He couldn't be here till 6. He said, no problem. I'll come next week because I know me coming at 6 messes up the schedule. And I'll just take the L this week. Won't get paid. I'll see you next week. That's it. Because you coming at 6 messes me up. I got to be up at 5 o'clock on Saturday. I got things to do. So if you can't come on time, then you hold that L. You don't get paid that $2,500 this week, and we see you next week. And that is an error in the bank's favor. And I made $2,500 last week, but you'll bet this week he'll be here by 4 o'clock.
He'll be on time.
He'll be here by 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I don't have time to be messing around, waiting around for 2 hours. I gotta move, man.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes, man. You be good to people, people will be good to you. People will be good to you, man. That's all it takes.
It's good advice.
That's all it takes. All right, Heidi.
I'm sorry.
You made
Tim.
it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to press the wrong buttons here.
Mhm.
You kind of just sort of answered the question that's been percolating in my mind. But a couple of weeks ago, you talked about how your son's team, I think it was baseball, was like the winningest team for a certain period of time. And my question is, when you don't have the financial sort of take care of you, how did you motivate those kids to do well with similar? I mean, how do you translate? I guess you know where I'm coming from. Do you understand my question? Is it similar to what you're doing with us and your current suppliers, or was it something else entirely? I'm just trying to see, how did you make those teams so successful?
Well, they all wanted to be the best baseball players they could be. So that was the mission. That was our job. There was no shenanigans, no playing around. We were all there to do a job, do work, get better, improve every single week. And then eventually, as they got older, the competitive spirit and the want and the will to win becomes the most important part. So when they're 14, 15, 16, it's time to win. You're not out there for 8th place trophies. So it evolves to being the best, and anything less than the best would be a disappointment once you get to a certain level. So as long as you can get everybody on the same page and have the same expectation, again, you do have the leaders on the team. It's their job to keep everybody in line, which is the same thing for a business. You do have the leaders there. That's their responsibility to keep everybody in line. But it's pretty much the culture. So, the culture of this group is one direction, and, anyone that comes in that is against that culture immediately gets called out, weeded out, and they eventually, most of the time, leave the group voluntarily if they're not in line with the culture. And that's how it goes for any business, any team, anything. If you're not in line with the culture, then you have to go, especially for business, because one, bad apple can spoil the whole bunch. So, if you have someone working inside of your business that is slacking off, is lazy, your other workers will regress to that. But if you have other people that are, striving to always, get their job done, get the task done, do good, everyone else will also go to the bar that is set. But if you have one person that's slacking off and you're okay with that, everyone else is going to do the same thing. They're going to regress to that, because if it's good for them, it's good for you. So whenever you do see that kind of thing, you have to address it. And if it is not changed, you have to hire in the best interest of your business, and you also have to fire in the best interest of your business. And it cannot be personal. If they're not holding up to what was agreed to, then they need to go. You need to find a replacement. And it's the same thing for a baseball team. You have to put the person in the correct position that is going to help the team the best. So as teams are very little kids, the coach's son plays the prime position: pitcher, shortstop, first base. The coach's son never plays right field when kids are little. But like as kids grow older, if the coach's son is not the best shortstop, then he goes to right field. And that's how it goes. Because to put him at shortstop, you're not doing justice for the team. So it's the same thing. You have to do justice for your team, whether it's a business, whether it's a sport, whether it's the group. So even in this group, we've put people as leaders in the best interest of the group. And, we don't put people on there that, are not serious, monkeying around, not doing serious calls. If you're not doing a serious call, if you're doing a call that's self-service, I get you out of there. We get you out of there. You're done.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. It's not like a social club. If you want to be social, this isn't the place. Like, if you want to be social, it's not during this call. If you want to be social, it's not during Isaiah's 10 to 10:30 call. That's not the social club. We have set times where we're supposed to do set things. Outside of those times, if you want to have more relaxed atmosphere, no problem. But like during those set times, we have set things to do. And, if the social aspect bleeds into those set times, then we have to make a change. So everyone has to be on the same page. Everyone has to be on the same mission. A lot of it starts on the top. So like for me, I'm no negotiations, I'm no BS. Since I'm that way, that carries on to everybody else. If I was all willy-nilly, this group would be different. My businesses would be different.
Right.
But I'm not here to play games. I'm not running those to play games.
Okay.
So you have to lead by example. That's the biggest thing. You have to lead by example.
Thank you very much.
Beth, question?
Yes, you're right. Culture always starts at the top and goes on down. So I totally understand what you're saying. But I have something odd that happened to me today. This morning, having coffee with my husband, he brings out this decanter that he ordered. He ordered 2 of them. I said, let me take a look at that. And it's a Double Eagle, very rare 20-year Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey glass container. Really pretty, has these eagles on it. And I said, I'm going to sell that. We have 2 of them. So I get to listing it, and I'm looking at the comps, and they're selling for $540.
Asking price or sold price?
No, there was one that sold at auction for $542.
Okay.
And there's another one that's currently listed with 22 watchers at $540. So I went on Terapeak and I look at this, and it says like new condition, only 299 bottles produced. That's where I'm like, makes me pause, because how did I end up with 2 of them? And, I've checked the pictures, I've looked at everything. I mean, they look absolutely identical. New in the box, the boxes are the same.
All right. So what's the question? You're scared to sell them for $500?
I'm just worried. I'm just worried about, if I can put it on auction and just see how it does.
Okay, so for the auction that sold, how many bids did it have?
Let me see.
1 or like 46? If it had 46, you could probably throw it up to our auction, no problem. If it had like 1 bid,
13 bids.
So you could put it up for auction, maybe start it at $500, and if you get a couple bids, money in the bank. Since it's that rare, I would not list both of them at the same time. I would sell one and then list the other one a little bit
Right.
after that.
Well, I guess I'm just worried that this is fake, that mine's a fake.
A fake mug?
No, it's a decanter. It's a glass decanter.
Well, as a guy with 4 shirts, that's a mug.
It's, he bought them because he thought they had whiskey in them. He thought he was getting but what he got were these 2
Well, I
decanters.
mean, I don't know if they're like bootlegging decanters left and right, but if you're a little nervous of it, throw it in the Facebook group and we can get some expert opinion on it. But I think you'll probably be okay. And if it's rare and it's worth it, congratulations, throw it up, sell it, sell both of them for $1,000 and then go buy $205 items and make $20,000.
Yeah. And then the second thing that happened today is, I stopped at my little honey hole for a minute and I picked up this Vaseline vase. I sell mostly vintage. And it was $2. So, I look it up and I get home and it's selling for, over 100. So I listed it for 110 and within 20 minutes, I've gotten an offer of 75. Now, to me, I'm just going to take that offer, but then I have to think about that, $2.75 makes sense in less than a day, makes sense to me. I don't know. Do I counter? It's just.
It sounds like you're having trouble making all this money.
No,
And
I
you shouldn't
don't.
have
I'm
trouble
like
like
10
making a lot of
make 10
money.
I make 10 and 15 bucks, I mean, this is just it's because I'm here. I'm making all the money, right?
Yeah, so sell those things and buy more items where you can make $15.
Yeah. All right.
List
Well,
them,
maybe.
sell them. On the decanters, Rachel said that she works in the bottling industry and
Okay.
she'll be able to give you some advice if you post some pictures in the Facebook group. She said
Okay.
that something that depends on numbers or something. So post in the Facebook group, tag Rachel.
Okay.
She can give you opinion from an industry insider.
Okay. Good. Good. All right. Thank you
fine.
much.
Yep. All right. What else do we have? Sit.
You ready to hit me with the information about the first 100,000?
Dude, I don't remember, man. What was the
it
question
that
again?
long? You're like, what was it like getting to the first 100,000? So we have a period of
It
time.
was like nothing, dude. I don't celebrate that stuff. It means nothing.
I understand that, but like you made 8K when you was at CVS, right? And
For the whole year, yeah.
yeah. So you
That
go
was
from
in
making
2003.
yeah, you go from making 8K to 100,000, like in the bank. Like
Yeah, but what does that mean? Sometimes I make $8,000 in an hour. Who cares? I don't celebrate that stuff, man. It means nothing.
I care about that. I care. I'd like to
I
hear.
don't, because what can I do? Eat 2 chicken noodle soups today? I already have 3 meals.
How long have you been married, Tech?
I don't know, like 13, 15 years, somewhere around there.
So she was there for the CVS days.
No, CVS days was 20 years ago.
Ah.
She was there when I had nothing and was flat broke. So absolutely. Yeah, we came up together for sure.
God, she loves you.
Well, you find out when you hit these numerical thresholds that you have as a poor person, and I say this as someone that was born into a trailer park. So when you come up through poverty, you have certain thresholds where you think, oh, I'm going to be rich if I hit that number. And then you hit that number and you find out that you're not actually rich. It keeps going and it keeps going, because for every single person in the world except for one, there's always somebody richer than us. There's only one person in the world that that's not true for. Everyone else has got someone that they're looking up to, wondering, oh man, if I made as much as that guy. And so these, these thresholds just don't mean much. Like there's always this conversation about we should tax people that make over 250 grand because they're rich. Over 250 grand is not rich, it's not, having $1 million in the bank, you're not rich. Having, I mean, 5 maybe, but if you want to live in California, you're talking $2 million for a house. So having, $5 million in the bank, you can buy a house. Like there's always another threshold. And if the only reason that you're doing this is because I want to hit this number, you're going to get to that number and you're going to find out that it didn't hit everything that you thought, and you still got another number that you got to drive towards.
It's hard because like when you have no money, $100,000 is a lot of money. But when you have $100,000, you realize it's not a lot of money anymore.
Oh, I know. I mean,
Like-
dude, I know. I like the first time I got a $10,000 bonus on my Wall Street job, I thought I was fucking rich, dude. I was like, I can buy anything I want. I mean, I blew through that in like a month. Like
100,000. I think in one day last year, aside from like closing on a property or paying taxes or whatever, one day last year I spent $250,000 in
I mean, you were talking
one
about
day.
having 100 grand and being able to buy a $500,000 property. There's a lot of places in this country now where you can't even find a $500,000 property. And certainly
There's-
where I live, you are not getting anything for $500,000. So having 100
No, it's
grand,
just an
they're gonna
example.
do shit for you,
It's just
So,
an example for a round number, but
yeah, but
200,000, they're gonna, all you have to do is put down 20%. But like what Isaiah said, when you got to the 100,000, like when you get to 100,000, you realize how fast you can go through $100,000. Like this is crazy to say, but like it's not real money. It's like you need like tens of millions of dollars. And then once you get to tens of millions of dollars, you go, "Oh, that's not even a lot of money. Like you could blow through that."
yeah, but
Like-
even those guys that get tens of millions of dollars, if you don't know how to manage it, you're gonna be like MC Hammer and end up broke.
You can just blow
Yeah.
through it, man. It's dangerous. And that's also a struggle. Like when you come from nothing and when you have a couple dollars, you're always scared you're gonna lose it. And that is a struggle that you have to overcome as well. Cause like nobody wants to be the guy that came from nothing, got a couple dollars, and then lost all the money. Like you don't want to be that guy either.
Yeah, because
So-
all the people that you came up with, as you rose up, they're talking shit about you. Look at that, look at him, look how fancy he is, right? And so they all kind of want to see you fail, and you don't want to make them right,
Hopefully not that, but that could be an aspect of it. But like, you don't want to have something and then lose it. That's not good. So like, you get into this mode where it's preservation, and like, because if you have $1 million and you buy a cheeseburger, you no longer have $1 million. You have $999,995. So like, it's weird, man. But the great thing though is if you just stay broke, continue to buy assets, you stay hungry, but one day you turn around and you have a lot of stuff and then you're good. But
So
if you,
I think the way that you should measure yourself is in qualitative goals, as opposed to like, I need to hit a certain number or I need to have a certain number of threshold. It's really more of like lifestyle goals. Like I want to be able to do this thing, or, have this amount of time to spend with my family, or be able to have these kind of businesses. And it's really more think about how you want to be able to spend the time that you have. Because at the end of the day, the only asset you really got is time. Like none of the money, dollars, none of that shit means anything. You just have a limited amount of time on this earth. And so figuring out how you're going to use that, that's all that really matters.
yeah, I'm not sure, man. I haven't got all that figured out yet. Unfortunately.
I'm a little older than you. You'll get here, kid.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it figured out one day. But as for Isaiah, I don't remember, man. I don't remember. I don't remember, dude. Just try to get to 100,000, and if you have the discipline to do that, you have the discipline maybe to make another move that'll help you elevate oneself. But I don't remember. I didn't document any of this stuff, and I was kind of winging it and just figuring it out. And I've lived like a very long life, and I think a portion of that is due to like all of my days for over 10 years were 20 hours open to close. So like I lived like 2 human days for every 1 day. And like there were times where like me eating like an orange the previous day literally felt like it was weeks ago. That's how long my days were. And I was like, that was yesterday? And like it felt like it was a year ago, man. It got to a point where it was ridiculous. So I don't know, man. That whole time where I was working 20 hours was a freaking blur. Everything about it was a blur. I don't remember it. I don't remember, man.
When did you start tracking your net worth? Like, did you start doing that recently?
A few years ago. A few years ago when because like everything goes up, hopefully, and you know, you just kind of want to see where you're at. And as you start to learn more about the game, you know, that kind of stuff, you have to take more seriously. Because when you go to the bank, they have high net worth, ultra high net worth, and your value to the bank is different based on what bracket you fall into.
Yeah, you're totally right, man. My wife is a banker, and like people who meet with her, they have to make $10 million or more. Like if you don't make more than $10 million, you can't even get an appointment with her. It's just crazy.
Yep. And there's different doors that's opening.
And she has hundreds
levels.
of customers. And she has hundreds of customers. It's just crazy.
That's the thing.
The
The
amount of
money is
money
out
there
there. The money
Yep.
is out there.
A good habit to get into, you know, before you start calculating, tracking your net worth, is tracking exactly where you spend your money. And so it's something I've done for several years. I go through every single transaction for every single checking account, every single credit card, every single place that money went out of my pocket. It goes into a big giant spreadsheet where I've got things categorized by buckets. So at the end of the year, I can figure out exactly what I spent money on, you know, what my lifestyle choices resulted in, and then just adjust accordingly. Like, if you know, it's kind of like setting a schedule for yourself and knowing how you're spending your time. Like, you can't really expect to change your day unless you know how you're spending your time. It's the same thing with your money. You got to know, you know, just know what you're spending it on. You know where it's going.
Yep. Mine's easy. Soup.
Soup and turkey.
Yeah, mine's easy, man. Soup. And everything else is tax deductible. Coffee for the office. Everything. If it can't be deducted, if it can't be an asset, pretty much don't buy it outside of food. So maybe I'll design a logo and put a logo on a shirt, and then all my shirts will be tax deductible, even if they never sell. Sorry, my shirt design didn't sell. Gotta take a loss on that one. And then that way my 4 shirts tax deductible. But other than that, sorry, Isaiah, I couldn't provide an answer to your question.
Nah, it's totally fine. It's totally
I don't remember, dude. Just try to get to that 100. Have the discipline enough to do so. And if you can get to 100,000, you could be rich, no doubt.
Do you
No
ever
doubt.
trade your shirts up?
No, I think sometimes my wife throws them away and gives me a new shirt. I think this one is relatively new, maybe a year or so. But that's how it goes.
Well, it's like the kid with the dead goldfish. Like, she went out and got the same looking goldfish so you wouldn't know that it was dead and gone. She goes and finds the same shirt and swaps them out for you.
She
Yeah.
has like a secret stash in the closet that she just kind of pulls one out when one ggets ready.
No,
Yeah,
she
she's got like a set of markers so that she can like put the same stain in the same spot and like make
no,
it really-
we just pull it off the eBay stuff. That's all. I don't know how I got this shirt, but I have this shirt now. My orange shirts, which if you remember, you've been around for a while. I think those got demoted. I haven't worn an orange shirt in a long time, but that used to be like heavy in the rotation when the group first started. But I think those got demoted. So
why do you only have 4? Why wouldn't you have 7 so you can at least make it through a week?
I don't know, man. That's what I got. I got 4. I have 11 pairs of shorts though.
You just gotta do like laundry every 2 days if you only have 4.
My husband has 4 shirts that he goes and gets every single year from the bookstore. And I think it's one of the ones that you're wearing right now.
Yeah, this one's good. Does me well. But you can wear Laurel Piana and you can do your calculation like Shane and say, I'm spending, $18,000 on a cashmere Laurel Piana sweater. Or you can pull out a dry fit shirt from the eBay stack and keep it rolling. My bookkeeping is much easier than the Laurel Piana guy. So, anything else?
I got a really random Florida question.
All right, Florida question.
I've got a kind of an associate, a friend of a friend who does fire. He's kind of the top fireworks guy here in Colorado. And this old guy that's kind of a friend of mine that has helped me pack Amazon stuff and just a friend. Used to work with him and he's got a really successful firework business. It's something I've pursued and I put on the back burner until like eBay is very successful. But fireworks here in Colorado, it's a fire state, so he can get completely shut down. I mean, he's been very successful. What are fireworks like in Florida? Is it a no-go?
Wide open, baby. They can explode.
Nice.
They can shoot down airplanes. We're wide open.
That's awesome.
And we're 365. You might hear a firework during one of these calls one of these days. People bust off fireworks 365.
Okay, that's awesome because I've got another buddy who's another real successful guy that I was thinking about partnered up with, and he's in South Carolina, and that's how they are there. It's crazy there. But okay, that's cool. And then one more Florida. Well, I got 2 more Florida questions. I know these are not fully.
I'm a Florida expert. I've been here for 38 or 37 years.
So
stores are open like 24/7, 365 fireworks
Yeah,
stores.
Phantom Fireworks, they're open 365. You get buy 1, get 3 free.
Yeah,
Every
that
day.
one's like a franchise. You can get in their franchises, but probably hard to compete against them. But okay, and then September is when I'm going to Disney World.
A little hot.
And is that a dangerous time storm wise? Or I mean, I'm not too worried about that, but my wife was like, ask Tech what he thinks about September.
That's hurricane season. August, September is peak hurricane season. End
Yeah,
of
that's
August,
kinda-
early September, peak hurricane season. But the good thing about that is it's gonna come for a week. So if it's gonna come, just don't come.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, we were looking at it's super cheap. And then the last thing, I know we talked about iguanas a bunch,
Oh yeah.
but I got 2 pet frogs and my kid likes frogs a lot. What are you finding in those trees? Are you finding like tree frogs and stuff like that too?
No.
Not too many
They're-
frogs.
They're out there, but they only come out at nighttime and they're real little ones. We have toads though. The toads are disgusting. The tree frogs, no, those are hard to find, but we do have a lot of the lizards, a lot of the Cuban lizards that run on water, a lot of all snakes and stuff, but other than that, it's all right.
Okay, I'm surprised. I would think maybe there would be more, but maybe like in the Everglade type areas, obviously there would be.
We have a lot of snakes.
Come to Panama, man.
Yeah, they got the frogs. We got a lot of snakes, so they eat the frogs probably.
We got the snakes, we got the sloths, we got the birds, the toucans, or whatever you want, man.
Yeah,
Nice.
You know something? You know what? You know a very curious thing is Panama has more bird species than Canada and the United States put together, man. It's crazy. Crazy.
Cool.
So
That's
if
neat.
any of you want to come down here, I'll give you a personal tour. I love this place and I can show you around.
Sweet,
good.
man. Yeah, I like all that nature stuff. And my kiddo likes it a lot. So we've been watching like fishing videos and all kinds of Florida stuff. So all right, I appreciate the Florida insights, my friend.
No problem.
And thank you, Eduardo, for maybe I'll get out there to see some birds too someday.
Anytime, man. And not only birds, it's an amazing city, a very modern city. You got the US dollar. You know, no way you can get confused. It's like 2 hours away from Tech on a plane. From Colorado it's a little bit longer, but I mean it's a really cool place. You have city, you have river, you can actually swim in both oceans in the same day. It's crazy, really crazy.
Very
Sweet.
good. All right. Guess that's that. Catch everybody next week. Appreciate all the questions. If you guys have any more questions, pop them in the Facebook group. Happy to answer all those too. If you made it this far, I'm going to be making a guest appearance tomorrow. Michelle's call. She has to wrap up the moving thing. So I got an hour over there. I got the podcast at 5. And then we got the all hands on deck tomorrow. So we got a jam-packed day tomorrow. And guess what? Y'all ain't going to get your listings up. And I still am. So I'll catch everybody next time.
I'm working on tomorrow's right now.
Good night. Good